Yo, what's up? Back here for more Elden Ring Hitless. Doing our a Serpent on our route. And just to make sure ah, that we're starting off well. Oh yeah. There it is. Mm. Can't go wrong with Dr. Pepper. All right. I also gotta make sure because OBS was being weird again and making Elden Ring weird and whatnot. I don't know what has been going on with like sizing. I think it's fine. It looks fine. Doesn't look like it's like a pixel off like it was last time. I don't know. Being weird. Being weird. But yeah. Let's get right into it. We will just hit the Serpent on her. Sounds good. Okay. Samurai lands between rune. Become me. Shade. Please tell me that the timer is just deciding. Whoops. Live split just doesn't want to work. I don't know why live split isn't working again. It's being weird. Here, let me jump off. Oop. Let me jump off and then Alright, let me see what's going on. Hello? Okay. Oh, hey, there we go. Okay, yeah, and it's, yeah, it connected to in-game time. Alright, we're good to go now. I don't know why live split is always so weird. I swear. Mm. Alright. So, today's the day, right? Today's the day we go for it. Today's the day that it works. Hey! Already getting bow skip. Even though I literally, like, stopped to... I love how I treat this, like, speed is a factor, but only in, like, some areas, and then others I will literally just pause and wait. Thank you for your service, Kale. We will see if we ever come back to you. Or this could just be the run. Guppy! I heard something bang in the background. I was like, Guppy's doing something. Then give it a kukri. You can keep mourning over the wagon. I just wanted the knives. And reset. Hello, thank you.
They serve, but I can play turning root to aid you. You need to the foot.
You need only to the foot.
It will some torrent. Treat him with.
Whose foot? Maybe her foot. I know a bunch of you would want that. Yo, there are some freaky people out there. But I ain't gonna kink shame. As long as you weren't shoving it in my face, I won't kink shame you. Okay. Look at the beautiful Earth tree. Oh, it yeah, and it disappears. Does that always happen? I guess now that I think about it, it does. Because every time we're up here and it gets foggy, we always ride towards this giant and we don't see the Earth tree at all. There we go. Strength tier acquired. We gotta make sure we get that 5. There's the 3, the 5. Not get hit by the ram who hates our guts for some reason. Okay. This is just a 1, isn't it? No, it is a 2. Okay, there's 2 2s, a 5, and a 3. I usually just grab them all, but I mean, I guess to a degree, I could probably skip some of the ones. That's always a dangerous grave site to go to for Hitless. Gotta deal with the explodey sentinel eyeball piles, the patrolling bats, and then that dang ram. Why he's so angry? I have no idea. He must really not like you stealing from the graves. Man, this the music. This is one of my favorite tracks from Silksong, Verdania. I remember when I first found that area. After learning there was, hey, stop moving. Thank you. After learning that there was an Act 3 and then discovering that place, it was like beautiful. Come here, you.
I see it now. Humans all lose their wits eventually. Then there's nothing left to say except,
How could this happen?
was my whole existence just a crumb?
Your existence will live on through me. in the form of a little shard that boosts my attacks. And it will be used to take down Rykard. And then we remove it and never use it again. So, sorry.
Oh, good night. Are you here as a...
I guess it is also used to get rid of Noble. So there's that. Thank you for the lilies. Hoppa. You see, look, 1, 1, 1, 5, 1, and 1. There's really only 1, 5, and 1, 2, I think. This one has a 6 over here, so I know this one has good stuff. There's the 1, 4, 2, 6. Oop. And another 4. 2 4s. So 4, 4, 2, 6. That's what. Oh, hold on. There we go. Some decent runes, at least on that one. I mean, I guess we don't want to skip all the ones. Enough of them eventually stack up. I think we end up with, what, 12 ones? How many? We end up with 12 ones, so that's 2,400. The exact same as the 2 4s. All of the ones we grab from all of the graves is equal to the same 2 4s that we get from that second grave. Yeah, that sounds about right. You know, I never realized how creepy it is when you run past the well entrance and the doors just open. I remember one of the times I came back here after my first playthrough, and it happened, and it made me jump a little bit. Of like, I don't remember that happening. I do not remember those doors opening automatically on my first playthrough. And as the lore person, I can tell you the reason those doors open is a complete mystery. You have no idea. Oh, I have no idea why the doors just magically open. Oh, maybe I should figure it out. I don't think I've ever really looked closely at those doors. See if there's seals or stuff on it that match, like, certain magic symbols of other things. So gotta watch that one. Possibility it can just explode those barrels as you're walking up. Hey! That is the first Dectus medallion. Let's go get a bunch of cash from the horsey. Mr. Knight Cavalry. One of Morgoth's 10 servants who ride in the night. I think he calls them his fingers because there's 10 of them. King Morgoth's fingers. You know, I've been recently like seeing a bunch of the news and the leaks of the Elden Ring movie because they were filming at a college in the UK. I can't remember which college. But they were filming at a college in the UK and a lot of people were like pulling out their phones and let me get the kukri real quick. There we go. People were pulling out their phones and like, hey, look at this and stuff. It looked like a lot of the opening sequences where, I mean, there was a shot of someone. Oop, there's a shot of someone throwing like stuff at the dung eater while he was being hanged. And of America and apparently the young kid Morgoth, you know, before he grew up and all of the horns grew everywhere, he actually looked relatively like a kid. I think I saw in one of the things he had like a tiny little horn poking out of like his hair, but other than that, he looked like a normal kid. Which makes sense because the omens aren't born with giant horns. Like they grow as they get older and whatnot. They're supposed to be Morgoth and Moog, or relatively just the omens in general. They're normal humans that were just blessed with blessed or cursed, depending on your point of view. With the Curse of the Crucible. So they were normal looking at one point. But yeah, looking at everything of the leaks of the movie, it looks like I mean, it looks pretty cool. I don't really want to see any like major leaks or anything, but just seeing some of the props and set designs and like the character designs gives you like a good direction of like how authentic are they being, and they're being like hella authentic, and that's given me like a lot of hope. I mean, I believe they said the movie's going to release next year, which honestly surprises me. That's like, really, a year for filming? Like, you just started filming. Now, I get it. Filming, depending on the movie, I would say the average can go like 2 to 3 months. Like, usually when you start pushing around 5 months, that's like a long time of filming. It's usually only a couple of months of actual filming. And then it's a very long time in post-production. But, like, you're telling me you just started filming, and what, you're going to film in the next 2 months, and then in the next 10, roughly, you're going to have it completely edited, all the special effects done, as well as promotional stuff done. Like,
Damn. That's surprising. I mean, by all means, I'm happy to get it. Hey, no, you're going... Okay, good. If it goes too far up, there's like a ledge it can actually land on. And it just can survive. So you don't want it to go too far up the cliff. You would rather knock it off right there at those rocks. But yeah, the movie, like, I'm all for them taking their time to make sure that it's good and it's accurate and, well, yeah, that's good. I don't want them to rush anything. But by all means, if you're saying, yeah, it's just a year away. You know what they're probably doing with it. So, movie is announced. Everybody starts being like, whoa, and they also have the Sekiro anime that is coming out. And now they have the Bloodborne movie that's coming out. It's like all of this stuff from Software is just, it's going to take the media by, oh, why? Dude, both times. I've had that happen before, and yeah, take me to Round Table Hole. That's fine.
To determine if you had, it seems torrent, whereas I'm in. There is, but I can take gathering plate. Very let my hand.
I don't get why it sees me. You can crouch walk under it. I have like 100 times, and then all of a sudden, the last couple this run and like 6 runs ago or something. Maybe it wasn't 6. I don't know. That's the second time it's happened. And it's like, hello? I don't know. Let me try again. Crouch. Hey, see it? Worked fine that time. Yeah, the one on the left sees me. I used to be able to make it so he can't see me, and then it started being inconsistent, and now I swear I'd never get him to not see me anymore. He sees me, like, every time at this point. And I honestly don't know what changed. But yeah, I'm excited for the movie, and deadass, here's my theory. Movie's getting hyped up. The movie comes out next year. When Shadow of the Erd Tree came out, Miyazaki said he was done with Elden Ring for now, and that they would come back to it, but they were working on other IPs. Shortly after we had Duskbloods and all of that stuff. Stormhill, there we go. So, we can kind of see that, okay, it's possible that Elden Ring 2 not really being worked on right now. It'll come later, because Miyazaki has said he's not done with the IP. Like, I genuinely think Elden Ring is what he eventually wants to turn into, like, his magnus opus. He finished the story of Dark Souls. And I still see people being like, hey, well, let's get Dark Souls 4. Come on, go for Dark Souls 4. It's like, guys, the story finished. Now I get it. There are tons of people who don't care about any of the stories of any of the From Software games, or don't. I like to delve into those stories. Dark Souls finished its story. Like, why are so many people asking for the exact opposite of what everyone always says people need to stop? People, like, we have a problem in Hollywood right now where they're taking every single childhood thing from 20 years ago. And they're making remakes, they're making live action adaptations, and everybody's annoyed at being like, hey, when stories finish, stop trying to relive them and whatever. Like, let them finish. That's what Dark Souls did. It finished its story. It's finished. It's done. Why do you keep wanting to go back to it? I don't get it. Elden Ring has so much more to tell. Like, we still know very little about, well, a lot of things. I would love to have a story about the Shattering. That would be awesome. To actually experience when the Elden Ring got shattered. To experience when the Elden Ring actually got, like, shattered. All of the demigods picking up the Great Runes. Oh, yeah, and that's the other thing. There's way more demigods than we think, right? Like, America actually had a lot of children. And I don't think... Again, I guess that's something that you don't know unless you really get into the lore of stuff. But America had a lot of children. The named ones that we fight, being like Rykard, Ronnie, Mesmer, Melania, Mikola, Radon, you know, all of her children, Morgott, Moog. There are only a few. There's like way more. Just because they have great runes doesn't mean they're children. Godric is not one of her children. Godric is a little bit further down the lineage. Now, he is of Godfrey's lineage, the golden lineage, but he is further down. I took the safe skip there without even thinking. Oh well, that's fine. So it's like, there's all of the demigod children. For instance, every one of the walking mausoleums is one of her children that was killed. They're her, as a spirit. Let's see, it's a voice line from a spirit in the Weeping Peninsula, close by one of the Church Americas or whatever, where he says those walking mausoleums are housing America's unwanted children. The dead, unwanted children of America. All of those walking mausoleums are demigods. Or are housing in their coffins demigods. The other thing that we note is when it talks the lore trailer of Elden Ring, when it talks about the Knight of Black Knives, it mentions Godwyn. Well, actually, it also mentions it in the opening cinematic. Godwyn was the first of America's demigod children to die. The first. Now, he was... Whoops. Now, he was also the golden boy, like America's favorite. So everybody's like, ayo, he's the most important one. But it does say he was the first. And in that lore trailer, it shows the Knight's Cavalry sprinting through the forest trying to hunt down the assassins who fled the capital. Now, only Alecto, the leader... Well, sorry. Alecto's daughter was killed when they fled the capital. Alecto's daughter, which is Tish, the one you can summon, was killed protecting Alecto when they fled the capital. Then Alecto was also imprisoned by Ronnie. I would assume... So I know, like, technically, with the game and how everything is, like, the jail is there already. Like, I could glitch over to it. just no clip my way up the mountain and the jail's there, right? But like story-wise, you aren't able to get there till after Ronnie's quest line. And what happens at the end of Ronnie's quest line? The Black Knife's assassins show up to hunt down all of Ronnie and her followers. They show up to hit Blythe when you see him at Ronnie's rise after he goes crazy. There's like 4 dead black assassins. You find EG's corpse at the end, and he's got like 3 dead black assassins around him. Canonically, what actually happens, even though the jail in-game exists right there, is that supposedly, at that same time, Alecto went after Ronnie, and Ronnie just sealed her in a jail right then and there. But anyway, the Black Knives, after they killed Godwin, they fled the capital. Tish died, saving her mother, Alecto, who then later got captured by Ronnie. But after they fled the capital, they kept going. They kept going. They kept running around and killing demigods. Like I'm pretty sure it's pretty safe to assume that all of the walking mausoleums, who are America's unwanted demigod children, they died from the Black Knife assassins. Way back, like at the very start of the war, because that's what kicked off the entire war. Godwin dying made America grieve heavily. She wanted to burn everything to the ground, so she destroyed the Elden Ring and thus created the Shattering, which was the Great War that everybody, yada yada yada. Anyway, it's like, ooh, there's just so much. I would love to get a story covering the Shattering, covering the Night of Black Knives, covering all of this cool stuff. Imagine a Elden Ring wave battle. You know how like Breath of the Wild has what is it called? What was the spin-off? Heroes of Hyrule. I think that's what it's called. Where it's like a wave battle game like that. Imagine if From Software just says, "Okay, we're going to do that game where you can just do like go to regions and beat up and kill a bunch of things." And this is just going to play off of the story of the Long March, which is after Godfrey was banished with his kin, the other Highlanders, they became the Tarnished, and they went on the Long March, which is pretty much where they left the Lands Between to all of the other continents and just ran around conquering. That was like their whole purpose. The Long March was just them going around the entire rest of the world conquering in the name of America. And we know it was in the name of America because it specifically says that only at the end of the Long March did Godfrey finally put down his crown and gave up the seat of Elden Lord, and then became Hoaraloo, chieftain of the Badlands. That was at the end of the Long March. So yeah, it's just, I would love, it'd be so cool if they just made like a wave fighter game. Same mechanics, but you're just like going from place to place, just killing tons of things as the Tarnished. Except at that point, you wouldn't be able to really pick your, you wouldn't really be able to pick what race you are like you can here. Because at that point, all of the Tarnished are Highlanders. Like, the reason why you can pick your race at the very beginning during character selection, even though it doesn't really change stats or anything, it's just aesthetics, is because all the descendants of the Highlanders, all the descendants of who were originally banished, also are tarnished. Like they all inherited being graceless heathens. All right, let me focus up for Bernie real quick. Bernie,
What's wrong with you? I won't say it. I suppose I have no choice. Is this what grace would have of us?
no, why every single time? I misjudged the distance on that last one, like, every time. Where is it? Oh, we go gate. There we go. And that always worries me when I misjudge that distance, because it's just like, that's where... that's where, supposedly, I get him. Because I tag him, if I didn't misjudge that distance, I tag him right before he heals. Right before he heals, and so you just get him there. But then if you miss it, you're down some stamina, you're down a little bit more mana, and he got the heal off, and now you have to just kind of fight him normally, and it's like, uh-oh. Okay, where were we? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the Long March. Yeah, like it would just be cool. You'd be playing as a Highlander because afterwards the ancestors, because I guess you could say it's almost like they became Attila the Hun. They became the Huns, and Godfrey was Attila. They ran around to every continent that they could, every country. We don't really have knowledge of what the maps look like outside of the lands between, so we don't know what the other continents are. We know names of a couple of them, like we have why am I forgetting the place? It starts with an R. It's where Dancer of Rana. We have the country of Rana, which seems to have kind of a very Arabic, like slightly Middle Eastern kind of style to it. We have the lands of reeds, which is the Japanese style, which again, people can say yay or nay. It's up to each person, but I genuinely believe that yes, Sekiro is the lands of reeds. Why? Because of Ashina. Ashi means reed in Japanese. If you look at the kanji that is used when they spell out Ashina, it is the exact same kanji for reed, and the exact same kanji they use when in the Japanese text in Elden Ring they mention lands of the land of reeds. It's the same kanji. Ashina, like, the Ashina clan is literally the family of reeds. The Ashina castle is the castle in the reeds. Ashina just literally means the place of reeds. Pretty much. So I argue, not to mention that, like, Elden Ring describes the land of reeds as being so war-torn within its own, it has constant civil wars, everybody is fighting, everybody deals with bloodshed, and because of that, they are prone to blood magics. Which is why when the few from the Lands of Reeds have come here, they've had such an interest in Moog, who deals with blood magic. Hell, pretty much every single one of them tried to kill Moog, only to get, instead, joining his side. There we go. Anyway, yeah. And then you look over at Sekiro, and it's like, okay, literally it's called Ashina, which literally means reeds. So, like, it is the land of reeds. It's the castle of reeds. It's the family of reeds. Like, that's that's what Ashi means. And then you look at, like, the story, and everything is about, like, divinity and the dragon heir's blood and blood magic and mortal blade and oh whoops, I'm all over the place right now. So like I very much subscribe to the theory that Sekiro is in the Elden Ring universe. It is the land of reeds. The fact that they literally in Sekiro are having a civil war between Central and the Ashina castle and everything. Like it just makes sense. It just makes sense to be like, oh yeah, they are probably the same. Now, was that the initial plan? No. I'm gonna be fair. Elden Ring was created after Sekiro. George R.R. Martin was working on it after they were finishing Sekiro. So it's like time to sell. So it really is like, okay. But I get the argument of like why people say it isn't, because it was made far before Elden Ring was a concept, or when Elden Ring was just a concept. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I get that. Oh, I need to do the Ashes of War. But I can tell you, as someone who has like done D&D and a bunch of created my own worlds and whatnot, I have written new things. I didn't mean to rest. I need to equip. There we go. There we go. I have like I myself have created like a new world or things like that, and have taken the stuff I have done in the past and wrote it in. Come on. Sekiro was awesome. People love it. They're now making an anime of it. Why would Miyazaki be like, you know what? Hey, George, I'm getting you to write the world. Can you just tack in a place that is canonically Japan, and can you just make that place the same place as Sekiro? Here's all of our info on Sekiro. If you want to write about the Land of Reeds, just do this. Like, implement all of this into the new Elden Ring world. And George is just like, okay, cool. Like, why is that so hard to believe? As someone who has done writing in the past and who has created my own worlds and done this is also why like I love lore, is because I love seeing just new fantasy worlds, people's ideas, how the world works and stuff like that. But yeah, like it makes totally sense to be like, yeah, Sekiro came before, so it can't be an Elden Ring. Brother, if I made something new and said, hey, yeah, I'm just going to write my old story and I'm just going to make it a country over here. I've literally done that, where it's like I wrote a new world and I was like, I could just combine these. This will be just the events of this place that was happening in the past is just on the other side of the world. And like they're like right now on the migration of the Tarnished back to the Lands Between could be taking place exactly the same time. Where am I going? Prison Church. It could be taking place the exact same time Wolf is making his way through the Lands Between. Like, there's no reason why it couldn't be the same. Just in two different continents on other sides of the world. Or, and I guess you could see this, is that, like, well, where's the Long March? Because the Long March would have went through the Lands of Reeds. But I believe they do mention, I can't remember exactly where it is, but somewhere they mention where the Land of Reeds was, like, a place that they didn't touch much, just because it was so war-torn already. But I do think they did go there. And who knows? Maybe the opening cinematic for Sekiro, a bunch of the warriors, the hired hand. We already know that there's hired warriors here in the Lands Between. From outside the Lands Between. But who knows? Some of the hired mercenaries, either probably from Central to fight against the Ashina clan. Because the Central wants to take over Ashina. It wouldn't surprise me if some of those people in the opening cinematic when they're having the war could have just been tarnished. Maybe like a couple generations later of tarnished. Just being like, yeah, we're here to cause mayhem and bloodshed because that's what the tarnished do. Ever since we were banished, we were pretty much cursed to be forever without grace until it is returned to us, and to run around battling, like going to war. So it wouldn't surprise me if they were just hired mercenaries over there. Alright, we're finally ready for our first boss. Oh, yeah, that 27. We're good there. Memorize spells. Okay, we got to craft 4 of these. And, oop. Bam. And equip that after. Alright. Boss numero uno. Let's focus up, and then I can rant about more Elden Ring lore afterwards. Alright. Take a good sip of Dr. Pepper. Ooh. Let's do this. We drink. We buff. We buff. Re-drink blue. 2-hand. Come up to him and scare him. There we go. 1, 2, 3. 1. Get around to his front, because we got to take the... Oh, what the... What happened there? Uh-oh. Was it because I, like, hit him in the back or something? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Blood. There's the blood. Oh, shit. Should I just mog out? I probably should. Yeah, we're just gonna mog out. How did he stagger early? It's because I was giving him back shots. Okay, well, that means at some point I am gonna have to go... I'm gonna have to go collect more lilies. Because I only grab, like, enough for 1 pot's worth of mistakes. Yeah, okay. Well, let's do this again. Drink. Buff. Buff. Drink blue. Hey, buddy. Yeah, that's right. One, two, three. One, two, three. Bleed. Crit. Pot. Drink. One, two, three. Yeah, that was weird. I wonder if it had something to do with hitting him in the back and getting, like, some, I don't know, sneak attack combined with the sleep or something that made him take a little... Or maybe he takes increased stance damage from the backside. From his booty. I am... No, we do not level up. Oh, I've made that mistake before. We need these runes for, we need these runes to upgrade the Serpent Hunter, so... Anyway, whee! Thank you for those. Quickly. I need my, Gambit to run out right as we get up here. And it should run out right now. Yep, there it goes. I need to run up to that, so it specifically does that attack. Oh! I can do my extra safe strats, because I have more kukri. Because I did the slower route of actually grabbing more kukri. Slower, but safer. Anyway, yeah, I full on think that Miyazaki was like, yeah, why don't I just combine two of my really cool worlds? There's no reason not to. And to be fair, I think Miyazaki also made it vague. You know, in case, like, somewhere down the line, instead of officially combining them, he decides that they are better separate, then he can do that. Like, I don't know. I like to have all these theories, but I also like the idea because I come from a writer, world builder kind of mindset. Don't get me wrong, I am not nearly as good as Miyazaki or Jar Jar Martin. I'm not saying I am not saying I am a peer by all means, no. But I do have that writer mindset because I've written in the past. So I kind of like I know the ideas that people get, or like kind of the frame of reference. Like, I get it. And that is totally something that I would do. I literally walk through Elden Ring, and I've seen people complain of being like, you guys give Miyazaki too much credit. He didn't... A tree's just a tree, and you guys want to say that it's all this lore stuff. I think you guys are just smoking shit, or whatever. And it's like, brother, I come from writing. I come from D&D. The amount of shit I have created and written and backstories and papers on papers of stuff I've written that hasn't been touched because my or my players decided I'm gonna just do fuck all and derail the campaign. And I'm just like, all right, I know about creating just random small things. I have spent hours on straight up a side NPC that they said hi to once, just because I find that fun. I find that entertaining. I like creating worlds. The idea that there's a tree that has a couple flowers in a section or something, and people found or think that it could have lore reasons, and you're complaining that, like, oh, I doubt it. You guys think too much. It's just like, dead ass, I would do something like that. I would put a tree in a random corner. No item pickup. No, literally nothing to do with gameplay. No reason to go over there. But just a part of the world. There's just a tree over here with some flowers, and what is it? Oh, that was just Ronnie's place to hang out as a kid. That's it. Like, there's nothing written anywhere that, like, mentions that. There's, like, there's no item descriptions. There's no item over there. There's, like, barely anything that ties this together. Except, like, one little, like, hint on something. Yeah, I would do shit like that. And if Miyazaki did shit like that, which I genuinely think there are some things... Like, don't get me wrong, some things very well might be a stretch. But there are some things where I've seen people say, yeah, I doubt that. And I'm just like, no, deadass dude, I could totally see it. Because I would do the same thing in my written worlds. Like... I would do the exact same thing. Yeah, I can see a tree next to a cliff having a significant meaning, even though there's barely anything to it. I need to pop my disc thingy. And it's right card time, actually. I'm not missing anything, am I? I don't think I am. Okay, now we level up, get an extra 3 levels off of that. Oh, that's what I'm missing. The actual weapon, maybe. All right. Sip of Dr. Pepper. A little bit more focused. Let's do this. Drink. Buff. Buff. Drink. Okay, and the L2. Awesome, he did Earthquake. So it's most likely he's not going to do it now. He did do Poison. Yep. Ah, yep. I knew I was a little further back. And the thing is it comes out as a wave. And Valve the Indomitable is barely enough time. I didn't even put Valve the Indomitable on it, so I was screwed no matter what. You know, I always say, if he immediately leads with the poison attack, just mog out. Because 90% of the time, 9 times out of 10, he will do the eruption right after the poison. I don't know if it's because the poison forces you back further, and that's like a higher trigger for him to do that move instead of a different one. I don't know what it is. Oh, whoops. Sorry about that. Take this. But if you see the poison, just mog out, because eruption is coming next. 9 times out of 10, eruption is coming next. Oh, you really do lose Golden Vow there. I walked up way. Don't do your fast move. Okay. I walked up too close. If he did his fast move, I was gonna get hit right there. Booyah! I love that move. Is that enough stam for... Yeah, that's enough stam. Well, okay. My right card's still pretty good. I just need to make sure... I need to just make sure to Mog out. If I see the poison move from Serpent right card, 9 times out of 10, Eruption follows next, and... you just Mog. You Mog and hope for a better RNG. Okie dokie, let's go. Round 2. The pains of having a PB1. Moment you get hit, unless you want to do it for practice, but at that point, just cheat around and fight the bosses. Don't spend the time running. Doing a full run, especially when it's like an hour and a half, hour 45 for the full thing. It's a lot of time. And you're already not even gonna PB because your PB's already won. Yeah. Resetting on a single hit. Oh, I don't even know why I did that. Skip. Let's go. You know, I have genuinely had more consistency with bow skip, not doing it immediately. Like instead of two-handing, because that's what I always hear, is that it's like, oh, you just at the moment, like you jump off as soon as you can, swap to your bow. Like you do it fast. And I don't know, maybe someone who knows the actual like frame data of the stuff can prove me wrong. But I have always felt that like if I just wait just a little bit, like not even a full second, like just a couple for I wait for the jump animation to completely finish. And I go into like the static fall animation. It's like the frame I go into that static fall animation, that is when I actually push to two-hand the bow. And that works so much more consistently for me. Because I've done it the other way too. I've done it where it's just like you push it right off the bat. And maybe that's just because I mean it probably is like a frame dependent thing, and unless you're using frame fix, it probably again, I don't know. But maybe I don't know. Go talk to a world record holder who actually like looked into that stuff to get world record. They're gonna know more about it. Go talk to Worm Dog or Mitch. Go talk to Mitch Riz. I watched Mitch and always he's he talks about the frame data as like an excuse. It's awesome. Like he's I mean he's kind of right. It's still it's just funny that that's like always one of his default excuses. I'm not saying he's wrong. Because there are things that have been proven time and time again for just nobody thinks it's frame dependent, and then it turns out to be frame dependent, and then nobody thinks this is frame dependent, and then it turns out it's frame dependent. So, I don't know. I for some reason have found I can get bow skip way more often if I try to do a specific timing after, rather than pushing the two-hand immediately so that it does it the first frame it can. Like it queues up the, oops. It queues up the action. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a frame thing. Jumping usually always is. But I find I hit it more often than not when I actually wait. And I genuinely, I'm probably only waiting, like, what, half a second? Like, 30 frames, roughly, in difference. Because you can cut the animation. It does cut the animation slightly short if you push two-hand immediately. Versus the animation plays out just a little bit longer. And for some reason, it just... I get it more often. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not 100%. Ooh, wow. I got his entire armor set there. Yeah, like, I'm not 100% with bow skip. I probably am still less consistent than most of the speedrunners out there. But when I've had success, it always seems to be at that. And oftentimes when I don't have success, either I purposely, like, I can just tell of, like, oh, yeah, I feel it. I hit that one late. Or I feel it of, oh, I hit that one early. Like, every time I fail, it feels like it was me who messed up, not frame data. Shit. No! Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen. When he does that, it's best to just wait it out. All right. Okay. A sip of Dr. Pepper. And we can begin. Hit the Serpent Hunter. Gotta get naked. Yeah, see? Like right there. I hit that bow skip. And it's, well, at least it felt like I waited out a specific time, not doing it immediately. I don't know. I know it's frame dependent. I just feel like I can hit it more often when I wait for a specific cue. The specific, like, oh, that, when his, in the jump animation, when his shoulder gets to this height, that's when I do it. And that's that's kind of hard to explain. It becomes one of those things where it's just like, oh yeah, the speedrunner just, yo, he feels it out. But it definitely is frame dependent. I'm not an expert on frame dependent stuff. Go talk to Wormdog or Mitras. Oh, I didn't even try bow skip there. Or bow cancel. Nope. Thank you. I got him. I will take these and that. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Again, every time I walk through this forest, oh, it's just so beautiful. It brings me back to my first playthrough when I walked through that forest and I was just like, oh, this is gonna be a fun world to explore. I love exploring. I like seeing the nature and the trees and just I like seeing the small details. And so just walking through a forest right as the game begins, and that's like one of the first things you're pointed to after hitting up the church. It's like, okay, now you walk down the path down through that forest. It's just like, oh. And the storytelling of, like, just beyond the forest is a camp with all the guards. Like, right there. Camping in front of Stormgate that all of these other people are here stationed at, because Stormgate is the main gate from the highway that leads to Stormvale Castle, so of course it will be guarded. But then, like, it was like, oh, there was a supply run. Like, we should have been getting a shipment, but the carriage with our shipment of supplies for the camp hasn't arrived. Can you go check the forest and see what happens? And that's why you see, like, a couple knights patrolling the forest, and one of them's looking at, like, the broken down carriage and his dead comrades, and they're like exploring, trying to find what happened to the carriage, only for you to finally notice a cave nearby. And that cave, when you go into it, is a giant den of wolves. Even a couple, like, dire, like, the alpha bigger wolves, led by a misbegotten. Or, a misbegotten. A beastman. Led by a beastman. You know. Someone who is a beast man. Like the wolves being beasts. Like, it makes sense. The beastman's the alpha of the wolf pack. and they attacked the wagon to take its supplies. You see dead soldiers of Godric. You see plenty of them dead in the wolf cave as well. Like, yeah, they were attacked by a den of wolves. Like, just the minor storytelling. It's that stuff that, like, when you actually start to as gonna this might sound a little mean. When you actually start to open your eyes. No, but like really, when you kind of like open your eyes and you don't get tunnel visioned and you actually explore and look around, everywhere is just telling a little story. And I love it. It's like, oh, yeah. Why and again, I think this comes from my D&D DM mindset, where I have like my own custom made campaign. I have built the lore and the world out like crazy. That literally sounds like a random scenario I would throw at my players at the very beginning. Oh yeah, sure, I probably would have them reaching the camp first. Oh, whoops, I gotta talk to you. I'd probably have them reaching the camp, and instead of, every single thing being hostile to you, like it is in the game, instead, they could maybe make a deal with... There we go. Got the timing off. But yeah, I would be like, oh, the captain, or maybe they don't even go to the captain, and the captain says, yeah, caravan, we'll give you some supplies if you go figure out what happened. Like we got gold. We'll pay you to go see what happened. Like that is so something I would throw at my characters, at my players as a level 1 adventure. So, like, the idea of putting just that small stuff all across these mini storytelling adventures, I fucking love. That's the world building that I come for. That is why I am a fan of From Software. Don't get me wrong, I fucking love the games. Their mechanics are great. And that is why most people love From Software. Is because they're just really good games, because the gameplay is fantastic. And yes, you can say, oh no, sometimes the gameplay sucks. And it's just like, yes. There are certain boss designs or enemy designs, the specific moves they have. But that doesn't mean the gameplay sucks. No, you know what I mean? It's like the actual engine, the actual mechanics, how animations and damage works. The game engine, it's just a good game engine. Bad boss design can lead to some bad gameplay, but that doesn't mean the engine... Yeah, like, fantastic bosses are made using this engine. Like, a lot of people talk about, like, the boss design and stuff, and, I mean, everybody has their opinions. They like certain bosses more than others. They think these moves are bad and cheap. I think relatively everybody can, like, knows when a boss is a good boss, like a well-designed boss, and when a boss is a poorly designed boss. Taking your own personal, I died 50 times against this boss... your own personal grudges out of the equation, I think relatively everybody can understand what makes a good boss design and a bad boss design. And I mean, people still debate that, but yeah. I like to look even past that. Again, just looking at the engine. There are plenty of modders who have made cool-ass bosses. But I'll be fair, like... Some of the peak bosses that have come from mods, the peak bosses of mods, are still not close to the peak of the bosses From Software creates themselves. Like, they have like, credit where credit is due. There are some amazing mods out there, and some people, like, really went all out creating these really cool boss concepts. One of the ones I kind of like is after you beat Consort, you go fight Mikola and resurrected Melina. They created a Mikola and Consort Melina boss as like the backup. Oh, Mikola had a backup in case you killed Radon, in case he was stopped. And like, don't get me wrong, it looks cool. Some of those moves look awesome, but you can just tell that it's just like, yeah, but it doesn't play the same. It is, the peaks are not the same as From Software peaks. And I know From Software can get pretty low valleys, but I have seen some low valleys from mod bosses. Yeah. The peaks aren't as high, and the valleys are much lower. But don't get me wrong, like, their modder peaks can be definitely higher than some of From Software's valleys, and definitely even some of their mid-ranges. But again, the engine. The engine is just, it's just good. There are plenty of things that, like, could definitely be improved, like the frame data and how certain things are stored and whatnot. Just, they're definitely, the engine can always be improved, but that's like any game engine. The engines get more refined as they go. This is the same engine that came from Dark Souls, and again, I will wait for Elden Ring 2, and we'll see how much better the engine's got from there. It's just a solid, good game. And that's what a lot of people like about it. But I love the world building too. Also, I've been ranting for so long about so many different things. Welcome to the stream, everybody. You just get to hear me and my crackpot theories. You get to listen to me talk about lore when you're not watching this because you want to know lore. You want to watch speed runs. You want to watch challenge runs. Well, too bad. You're getting both. Ooh, what's another one? Like the caravan that was transporting supplies to the Gatefront outpost, and so they were sent to investigate it, only to find out, well, you end up finding out, that it was a beastman leading a pack of wolves that got all the supplies and whatnot. There's so many other things. Box storyline is kind of cool. Gives you an adventure of, like, hey, even the beastmen don't follow each other. Like, they have infighting. It also gives you, like, a little bit of an introduction to the beastmen. The demi-humans. It gives you an introduction to the demi-humans and how they kind of function as a race. And then you get an introduction to beastmen when you go down, or the Misbegotten. I keep saying beastmen. You get an introduction to demi-humans with like Bach and his little quest line. You get an introduction to the Misbegotten, which are the Crucible touched. Scalies, horns, feathers, stuff like that. Feathers, tufts of fur, kind of like beastly qualities. You get the Misbegotten, which you get an introduction to them and how they work and function and how they're seen as like lesser people and usually used as servants and slaves. You get that whole when you go down to Weeping. Like everywhere just tells a story. And this is another thing that I think a lot of people missed in their first playthroughs or even some of their subsequent playthroughs. Because don't get me wrong, I missed it for a while. There was stuff that I didn't see till like my 20th time going through the game. And I was just like, wait, that's a thing? Is that you think about the concept of Elden Ring, where it's like, oh, you are one tarnished of many who are out on these adventures doing things. And yeah, you meet people like Bogart, who's like a thug doing his own thing, and like Patches. Like, you meet other tarnished, but there are so many more. And I think it's fine to criticize From Software here in how like they don't really make that apparent. It's almost like some of the stuff is hidden, and it's like, really? For instance, when you do Buck's questline, there's a summon sign of an NPC tarnished right before the boss when you're clearing out the cave. This is a guy that has no dialogue. But is like there. And then guess what? Guess what? You meet him again. You want to know where you meet him? You kill him. If you get all the way to Volcano Manor and you start doing the you join Volcano Manor, go ahead and hunt your other tarnished. One of the people you invade is him. It's like, yeah, there are other tarnished out there. And you literally fought demi-humans with this guy, trying to get Bach's needle back, only to join Volcano Manor and get a task to go out and kill him. You also get the same thing. If you choose to do the Precipice dungeon, rather than take the lift. Wait, did I? Oh. There we go. I was just like, wait, what? didn't quite get the grace. But yeah, if you take the Precipice, you know you can hire both Bogart, if you've done his interactions and his quests stuff with Raya. You can summon Bogart to help you with Makar. You can also summon the Bull Goat dude. Okay, is it me pausing? Is it me waiting outside or taking too long to go up? That suddenly that bat starts looking at the entrance?
To determine if you had, it seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take
rather than looking to like
very
my right, which is where I believe he usually is looking. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just me being a little too slow. I don't know. I think that might be it. Because it wasn't until recently, like when I first routed this out, back when I got my PB1 like 10 months ago, before I start doing other stuff, and now I'm coming back to it. I never once, not once, ever had this bat ever aggro. And now that's the third time That is the third time I have had that bad aggro on me, and I've had to just turn around and rest. I don't know. I can figure out later if I really get curious. I can try a couple different cycles. See what's up. I really need to get a thing, because I still don't know if ER Tool can do it. I need to look through the settings of ER Tool, because I don't use all of its features. Oh, perfect. But I need, or if ER Tool doesn't do it, I should go find a different tool. Maybe, what's the other one that people use? John Practice, I think it is. John Practice tool? Or something like that. To see if, any of the tools have vision ranges on enemies. I don't know. I find that so fascinating. Like, I'm one... This is why Elden Ring is my favorite game, is because I literally like every aspect. I'm sitting here gushing about the lore, and now here I am being like, ooh, it's a puzzle to figure out. What if I practice, like, what if I just watched his animation to see how he turns his head? And then part of me is like, what if I looked into the file data? And what if I tried to find a mod that puts, like, vision, like how far out they can each enemy can see? So you can test aggro ranges, and you can also test, like, aggro cycles, like if they're actually looking left and right to, like, sneak past things. I don't know. I find stuff like that cool. I forgot to take out the beast torch. They're draining my stamina. Whoopsie. But yeah, like, I don't know. I find that stuff fascinating. I don't always do it, but sometimes I do. It's just, I don't know, one of those things. Sometimes I'm gushing about lore and loving, like, this. Like, this is just a cool, like, beautiful little area. You don't really think about it when you're playing, but, like, I don't know. There's just some beautiful areas. I love the environment. I love the lore. I love the mechanics. Talking about figuring out aggro cycles and frame data. I'm just a little bit in everything. That's why you don't see me getting world record speed runs or practicing for months on end on that stuff. Because I get distracted way too easily. I'm sitting there and I don't know. I've tried. I think it was just any percent glitchless. Like I watched one of the route. I literally watched, like, the world record, and just watched a run to see what their route was, and just to go through it. And then I kind of, like, slowly just, like, half running it, half cheating my way past stuff, just to get, like, a feel for it. And then I never did it. Like, I kind of just went through the motions of it. And that was a while ago, so I bet you I know they use Death's Poker now. I think it was, like, when they first, I watched one of, like, the Bloodhounds things runs. And now they use like Death Poker. But like some people still hate the Death's Poker runs because it's a little bit RNG. While Bloodhounds is more scripted. Or I guess it's not like RNG on whether the bird falls off the cliff for you to get Death Poker or not. Stuff like that. But yeah, like I went through the motions of a speed run and then never started. Didn't start practicing the route, didn't try to go for a record, didn't even do a PB. Just was just like, "Oh yeah, that's kind of cool." And then suddenly moved on to something else. Because then the next thing I'll be interested in is learning more about the lore, and I'll be reading more stuff and things. Or, you know, I still like playing other games. Elden Ring is my favorite game, but I enjoy other games too. Like, oh, Silk Song. I'd say after, like, From Software, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, like, I would say my second favorite game, second favorite, like, series is Silk Song and Hollow Knight. Like, if Elden Ring's my number one game, I have a hard time ranking games of different genres. Oh, which one's better? Silk Song or Dark Souls 3? Which one's your second favorite? It's like they're different games, man. I mean, yeah, they do have similarities in certain things, but they're different games. So it's kind of hard to say, yeah, my favorite game is Elden Ring and my second favorite game is Silk Song. And then my third favorite game is Dark Souls 3 or Sekiro, and then also fourth favorite game, and then what? My fifth favorite game's Hollow Knight, but guess what? I love Terraria. I think dead ass after Terraria or after Elden Ring, Terraria is one of my most played games. Actually, I think Terraria is. Oh, no. What? Where am I going? Did I just? Yeah, I kind of I deserved that. I deserve that. I'm being distracted way too much. I need to focus. I'm getting distracted way too much. At least I don't feel tired like I did back on Monday. At least I'm like, no, I still got plenty more runs in me. Okay. Excuse me. You know what? Let me get up and stretch. Specifically just so I don't get unmotivated. Ugh. You don't wanna clam up, right? I'm also kind of like out of my Dr. Pepper. But you know what I have? I have juice. I got me some juice. That's right. I talk a lot about Dr. Pepper and how much I love it, and I'm drinking it constantly, but I do drink other things. I drink more than soda. I got juice. Which the specific juice that I drink is like 90%, like 95% water. It's water with like a little bit of citric acid for, you know, zesty juice, like fruit juice. And then like your flavor of juice. So a little bit of raspberry, or a little bit of peach, or a little bit of apple. So it's like it's good water, or not good water, a good way of hydrating. Because I guess I don't know, maybe I should drink more water. All right, I'm limbered, I'm stretched. Let's do this. Hitless, Serpent Hunter. Samurai. Lands between. Good to go. Oh, skip. Oh, well, that was just bad. I keep calling it bow skip. It's bow cancel. You're not. I mean, you're skipping the animation. Some I guess skip still kind of works. More accurate though is cancel. You're canceling the animation. Hold up, am I dropping frames on OBS? I have dropped so many frames. What is going on with my stream? That's not good. I'm gonna have to check my friggin' McGiggin internet. Yeah, I got about to skip there. Let's go.
But I can also that you're not then wine. I am Carl.
Okay, let me fix. I don't know why my stream. Let me see, because I am not recording this locally, so the stream VOD is all I'm gonna have, and I don't want to. Yeah, no, I'm. What is going on? I'm dropping all the way down to 5K kilobytes. Let me check. Maybe I just lower my bit rate for a little bit. I'm all the way, dude, it's dropping down to 3,000. What is going on with my internet? Stream hasn't canceled, has it? Dude, it's up to 4.9%. I have dropped 19,000 frames. I am actively watching the number go up on dropping frames. What is going on with my internet right now? Oh, this is I do not know what is going on. You know what? Just in case, I'm gonna start locally recording now. I have no idea why everything is going crazy. I don't know why suddenly my internet is being thrown. Goddamn Comcast. Alright. Started locally recording. Just in case. If we don't get the run, I can just delete it afterwards. Wait, I bought what I needed, right? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I can always just delete it afterwards if we don't get the run. But I figured if I got the run, just rocking back the VOD would be good enough. But if the VOD is gonna be super freaking choppy, someone might think I'm cheating. Nah, it would just, I don't know. It's always just, eh. Which is weird because normally on Twitch, when you're looking through like the stream manager and stuff, it shows you your bit rate and it always shows when you dip down and like it becomes unstable and it's not, and it hasn't been dipping down. It sat there saying I've had excellent quality the entire time until I suddenly looked at OBS and OBS was like, oh yeah, 5.9% of the stream has been lost. 20,000 drop frames. I'm like, what? God. Oh, imagine that. The moment I didn't, maybe it was just for that section. I don't know. Moment I start local recording, all of a sudden everything is stable and I'm not getting any more dropped frames. Who knows? Maybe I just need to reset my router and see what's up there. But I can do that. I can do that after stream. I'll just kind of deal with it for this stream. It's not getting so bad that it's not cutting out. Stream hasn't completely died. Was just getting choppy in some areas. Alright. If this run right here ends up being the run, it's gonna look a little iffy at the start. Because before Kale, I will have to pull from the actual VOD, which means all of that's gonna be very choppy. Can I? God damn it, grab it. Thank you. Hopefully that's not an issue. Hopefully everybody still thinks it's legit. I'm totally not, doing anything behind the scenes. I don't even have ER tool open right now. I did practice the other day. Didn't even bother opening it today. Got you. Got you. Thank you. All right, let's I feel like talking about more lore shit.
Can you hear me? Help me.
Oh, God damn it.
Hello?
There we go.
Hello?
So to entertain you while you watch me go through all of setup again,
Give it your all.
let's talk about some lore. Crazy how we learn what the warrior jars are.
I see it now.
Dude, that was probably first playthrough of the DLC.
Was my whole existence just
First playthrough of the DLC. I walked into one of those jails. It was the Bellarat jail. And then saw like what was going on in the jar pots, and I'm like, that's what's in, like, everybody's reaction was just like, that's what's inside those things. And then you learn that it was like, oh, all of those were horn scent biological experiments. The horn scent were experimenting with Newmans and how their flesh melded well with others. Like, what? like actually, what? It's crazy. It's and that has led me into so many theories. Okay, so we know Newmans were used in Hornscent experiments because their flesh melded well with others. And what was the whole point of their experiments? It was to try and, I mean, essentially make a god. It was trying to make a way to ascend. And that is how they ended up creating America, who was an Empyrean. They made her into what she was, which also completely explains why she had a full crash out and wanted to genocide all of the Hornscent, because what they were doing to her and her people, the Newman. Some might call that a valid crash out. Hey, you're torturing literally my entire race of people, and now I'm a god? Yeah, I'm gonna genocide you for your heinous crimes against my race. Yeah, that tends to happen. Oppressed people will fight back. Anyway, for me, I'm gonna go down like my theory road of a couple of things with the lore. This is of course how America became an Empyrean, but hear me out. There are instances where even America, in like her own writing, I can't remember which item it is. But America says herself, Radagon, we have yet to become one. I have yet to take you into myself. Like we know that Radagon and America used to be two different people. They used to be two different people. And then they joined. Why? Because I genuinely think that was part of the ability America had as a Newman, combined with the Empyrean, like, ascension to her body due to the Hornsent experimentations. And then because of that because we're working with biology now at this point, that would make sense that like an ability like that coming from bio experiments would affect their DNA, which means they would or possibly could pass it on to their children. Now, here's the thing. It very well could be a recessive gene. Because, of course, you look at the children that Radagon had with Renala, and aside from being powerful demigod people, because at that point, America and Radagon were the same. I genuinely think they joined around the same time that she made the Golden Order. So the idea that they used to be separate people is true, but the idea that they didn't join till Radagon left, Renala, I think is false. I think Radagon and America joined to become one person way before like at the beginning when she established the Golden Order. I think when you look at the text where she's talking to Radagon in the flavor text of again, I can't remember which item. It's one of the DLC items. But when she's talking to Radagon and said you have yet to join, I genuinely think that is like before her ascension. That is when she's still just an Empyrean. She hasn't ascended to godhood. I think she joins with Radagon. Well, I have some theories about some crazy shit about America's ascension that I don't know if anybody else has come to the same conclusion or even after hearing would believe. But let's get this going. Okay. Little guy wasn't chasing me because I kind of jumped in front of him there. But America gained this ability. It seems like it could. I don't know if it's a default ability of the Newmans. I think maybe it's like a hidden ability of the Newmans, and the bio experiments of them joining flesh together kind of created. Like it mutated the ability to join flesh to actually be like the Newmans can control joining flesh, or they can actually like have two consciousnesses present within the same body, rather than just being a flesh amalgamation like the failed experiments that you see within the jails. The successful ones can actually join two people together in complete and utter harmony, which that would describe America and her ability to join. But then I believe she passes this ability down to her children, but only the children of her and Radagon, because Radagon is essentially the same body. That means it would Radagon and America's children feel like they would have almost identical DNA, or like very, very close DNA. I don't know. You get some fantasy magic biology stuff going on there. So take your pick of whatever explanation Miyazaki intends. But like, yeah, you pass that down. And if you look at the naming convention of how things are, it seems as though all of America's and Radagon's children were children that have names starting with M, while all of Godfrey's and America's children all have names started with G. Oh, well, no. I guess that's not quite right, because Morgoth and Moog, are children of Godfrey and Marika. I guess it's mostly just the golden lineage that took on G. Renala, though, like, Renala's children all took R. Maybe that's how the naming, or not maybe, like, I believe that is how the naming convention works in Elden Ring, is that the mother's name, the first letter of the mother's name is what is the first letter of all of the children's name. And the only reason why, like, Godric, being of the golden lineage, possibly is because all of Godfrey's children, and, like, all of the Godwyn, some of the children who took upon themselves the name of the golden lineage and whatnot did take G upon their name. I don't know. Because then Godwyn's like, yeah, that was Marika's child, so why didn't he have it? It also could just be that it's like, oh, they take the first letter of either of their parents' names, whichever. Which for Radagon and Renala would both be R, but for Godfrey and Melania could be G or M, depending on what they just wanted to go with. But yeah, like, if we're talking about Radagon and Marika's children versus Radagon and, Marika's and Godfrey's children, I am ranting like so much again, but hey, it is at this point it is what it is. But if we look at them, we look at all of their children, which it's widely believed that Mesmer and Melina, your maiden, it's widely believed that they are siblings born around the same time, and Melania and Mikola are then the confirmed, we know for a fact, siblings born around a specific time. Well, let's look at every single one of their children and how the melding with flesh DNA being passed down affected every single one of them. One of them, if we talk about Mikola, and, of course, his other half, Saint Trina, Mikola and Trina, that makes sense. Like, it's possible that, like, okay, cool. Yeah, took that same gene from the parents of having two personalities, two people, two separate beings in one. Now let's look at the other children, because it's like, oh, well, only Mikola and Saint Trina have that. The others don't. They're just single people. Let's take a quick look at all of those. Melina, here,
Forgive me to deter if you had. It seems torrent, whereas I may. There is, but I can take.
has a curse mark across her face. And we know her body was burned because that's the last thing she remembers, and she's still here in spirit. Well, there's only one other instance where we know of a body burning, but the spirit not getting rebirthed, but instead persisting. And that's with Ronnie. Ronnie specifically. Oh, what am I doing? I'm over here upgrading. I haven't went to Liurnia to grab all of my things. I am getting distracted again because I'm just talking. I'm still gonna not stop talking. Mute me if you want. Assuming this is the run and people are reviewing the video to make sure it's like legit. I don't care. Mute me. I'm gonna keep talking for stream. It's whatever. Let's see. Like, okay, when we look at Melina, we don't like, she is a complete mystery, so it's like hard for her to start with when it comes of like, oh, well, what about her body and melding with others? Well, we don't know because her body was burned and she's persisting as a spirit. I have some crazy theories about Melina and who she is, and it's also for the fact that I genuinely believe that, like, because of everything America has done, all of her children are cursed, which is kind of true. But without going into that, Melina's a hard case. Let's move past that. Let's go to Mesmer. Well, maybe there's a reason why Mesmer has the abyssal serpent within him. You think? If he has at least a similar gene passed down from America, with her America and Radagon being of the same body, two people who meld well, it makes sense that, okay, what is going to take place of Mesmer's other half? How about a, like, deity of sorts? Because the we kind of know that the serpents are, like, old gods. Serpents are considered gods of, like, ancient times. Like, even before America, even before the Horn Set. Like, the Horn Set feared serpents. And I mean, America even talks about how she feared serpents. That's the whole reason she locked Mesmer away, is because she feared the abyssal serpent. They're like ancient gods that they've been, like, fighting against. So, if Mesmer's other half is empty, something's got to meld there, right? Abyssal serpent. Fast forward to Mikola and Melania. Well, Mikola did meld with someone. Exact same gene and trait. Yet, Melina didn't. But, similar to Mesmer, an outer god took root there. Her other half was open. Or you could say that her other half, instead of melding with just another person, they melt it. The outer god of the Scarlet Rot took hold. Now, I have a crazy theory of, like, America has a kind of, like, curse where all of her children resemble her horrible actions that she did. For instance, well, one, okay, we gotta rewind a little bit. Back to when America was just an Empyrean. America wasn't the only Empyrean. There was another Empyrean that we know of at that time. The mother of the Godskin. The Gloom Mother. That's right, right? It's Gloom that they call her? Jeez, I'm spacing out so much. I'm even forgetting. The Glomide Queen is I guess the actual name that she's given. But it mentions, the DLC mentions, that she's an Empyrean. And that her and America were both Empyreans. So here's the thing. Here's my drastic theory. To me, that tells me that the Glomide Queen was another success, just like America. The Glomide Queen is a Newman. The Glomide Queen was a successful one that was able to evolve and become an Empyrean through the Hornsens bio-experiments. America wasn't the only one. Now, my crazy theory that has very little, like, evidence towards it is, like, the evidence is, oh, hey, they're both Empyreans, the Glomide Queen could be a Newman, type of thing. That's my evidence. I like to just say that the Glomide Queen and Marika were sisters. Were they actually? Yeah, there's no evidence for that. But this is my theory. I'm going into my theory. The Glomide Queen and Marika were sisters. They were both Empyreans, created through the bio-experiments of the Hornsent to try and ascend to, like, the divine places and whatnot. We can go into the Hornsent religion another time. Anyway, they ascended, they became Empyreans, they were successful, and while they were Empyreans, they were tasked to kill the Serpent gods. Because the Hornsent, at that time, we know, feared and were fighting against the Serpent gods. While they themselves were participating in the Crucible. The aspect of the Crucible, which is kind of like the power of life and the world itself. I don't know. It's what the Crucible is pretty interesting. That's a whole other rabbit hole. But so I genuinely believe that they were bio-experiments. They were created, became Empyreans, meaning people who can ascend to godhood. And they were created and tasked with fighting and killing serpents. And that's why the Glomide Queen had her god-skinning nobles and god-skinning apostles. Who were the gods that they skinned? Well, probably any gods that tried to go against the Hornsent. Let's be fair. She was probably used as a very elite warrior by the Hornsent. And genuinely, what my crazy theory is that when it talks about Marika's great betrayal, it's not talking about her betrayal against the Hornsent, where the Hornsent made her an Empyrean, gave her godhood, and then she turned around and tried to genocide all of them. I don't think that's the great betrayal that is mentioned. When it mentions the great betrayal, it shows Marika at the Gate of Divinity pulling runes, which we know is kind of like the soul, the life essence of stuff, of beings, just of life itself. It's life essence. Derp. But she pulls the runes from these bloodied corpses that vaguely look, I'd say maybe even a little bit more than vaguely. They kind of resemble, like, kind of the white flabs, like godskins. Like the godskins. Except, of course, drenched in blood, because, you know, perfectly white clothing, but then if you were murdered, it would be white clothing bathed in red. But that she's pulling runes out of that, and then she's offering those runes up at the Gate of Divinity. And that is how she ascends to godhood. That is how the greater will instills the greater rune within her, ascending her to godhood. Or she, like, takes the greater rune. We don't really necessarily know, like, the exact process of how she ascended or how you ascend normally. All we get context of course,
What are you trying to start?
her,
Show me. And I'll consider
any dialogue and written words about her ascension, and of course how we watched Mikola do the same. So here's the thing. Here's my thing. I think, because we also know Marika tasked Malekith to kill the Glowmite Queen. I think Marika, after fighting with the Glowmite Queen and for the Hornsent against a bunch of the serpents, the god serpents, she decided... Oh, I'm sorry for jumping into you, Raya. She decided, I hate them. I don't want to serve them. I am going to kill all of them. And started scheming her big plan. Meanwhile, her sister, the Glowmite Queen, was like, you know the horrors we face. You know about the serpent gods. You know that this is a bad thing. We can't do that. And I think because the Glowmite Queen decided to stand in her way... oh, we gotta upgrade. Doing that first. Because the Glowmite Queen tried to stand in her way, that is what made Marika kill her. And then killing her because she was an Empyrean. Now, this is the other, like, theory that I have. I believe in order to ascend to godhood, you have to sacrifice Empyrean flesh. Ronnie does it by sacrificing her body, but using a black knife ritual to make her spirit persist. And then the only thing she needs after that is to sever her ties with the Greater Will by killing the 2 fingers that was assigned to her, which is your whole quest line that you help her do. But she sacrificed her body, which was Empyrean flesh. Mikola, when he shed his flesh all over the Shadowlands, I genuinely think that in order to ascend to godhood, the only other 2 people who has ascended to godhood did the exact same thing. They sacrificed Empyrean flesh.
I suppose I have no choice. Is this what grace would have of us?
There we go. I ran out of stamina. I was just like, oh, I'll... Whoops, I quit the game. I was straight up like, oh, I'll just walk up and R1 him. I don't need to... Like, I missed that. But I walk up to R1 him. That unsheath took my stamina. That unsheath took my stamina. So that was just me being an idiot. And then I accidentally, instead of quitting out to menu, quit out to desktop. Let's come on back, Elden Ring. Let's start again. I'm not done ranting about my theories, my crackpot theories of Elden Ring lore and junk. So I'm good to just keep going. Okay. Hitless Serpent Hunter. I'd say you can be a Newman. I always found that fascinating that you could actually be a Newman. You could choose to be the same race as Marika. All right. Anyway, back to my crackpot theory about Marika and her ascension. Yeah. So we know the Glowmite Queen was an Empyrean. which means that she was most likely became an Empyrean the same way America did, which means she was a Newman, and she was a successful attempt from the horn scent in their jar experiments. Anyway, yeah, everybody who's ascended to a god, at least in Ronnie's case and in Mikkela's case, sacrifice Empyrean flesh in order to ascend to godhood. Ronnie sacrifices her body, but retains her spirit through the Dark Knife ritual, specifically. And Mikkela travels to the Land of Shadows, which he said that is where he needed to go. I think he needed to go there for two reasons. One, because then he can shed his flesh and his spirit will persist. Why? Because that's how the Shadowlands work. The whole idea is why the Horn Scent are kind of in torment is that they don't rebirth through the Erd Tree like everybody else does who dies in the Lands Between. They're in the Shadow Realm. Their spirits just persist after death, stuck in that realm. They can't go anywhere or do anything, which is why you get all of them commenting about just it is unending torture. They just die and die and die because their spirits don't have anywhere to go. I think Mikkela needed that property of the Shadow Realm so that he could sacrifice his flesh and still make his spirit persist. So him and Ronnie had to do the exact same thing. They just found two different methods to do it. One found a black knife ritual using the curse mark of death to separate her body and spirit, to slay one and not the other. But that curse mark also needed to slay the spirit of someone, which is why it slayed the spirit of Godwin, but not his body. Which then, because Godwin was... like, I would be very surprised if Miyazaki says, yeah, Godwin wasn't an Empyrean. Dude, yeah, no, Godwin was an Empyrean. And with no soul and just flesh, Empyrean flesh, that's a perfect host for an outer god. Just like the Scarlet Rot saw Melania, who had, like, the same Newman flesh joining gene, and was like, oh, cool. You'd be a perfect host. Yeah, so I believe that in order to ascend to godhood, you have to sacrifice Empyrean flesh. Ronnie did it. Mikkela did it. That means Marika had to do it. But Marika never sacrificed her own flesh. Because you do notice that even when Mikkela ascends to godhood, he still comes back kind of like in a spiritual form. It's mostly like he's a god in essence with no flesh. While Marika is definitely a god in flesh. Like she has a body, a tangible body. And that's because I think the great betrayal that it mentions at the beginning of the trailer and why she's like reaching into piles of what looks like god skin type flesh, except bloodied because it was recently killed. I think she killed the Glowmide Queen, or had tasked Malekith with killing the Glowmide Queen, and then used that Empyrean flesh and the runes thereof as an offering at the Divine Gate to ascend herself. That is how she became a god, is by killing her sister, the Glowmide Queen, who was a fellow Newman and a fellow Empyrean, a survivor of the bio-experiments. So yeah. And then that leads me into the curse of Marika's children. For one, I think every one of Marika's children has a curse of something she has done in the past. They all, like, it all follows a pattern. I think, and this is kind of what started this theory of mine. The mark on Melina is a very similar mark to the symbol of the Glomide Queen. I think that the Glomide Queen was like partially reborn or cursed or whatever, because she did have like some outer god-esque looking stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if the Glomide Queen was looking to ascend to godhood herself with like whatever outer god controls black flame. Flame that kills the soul. Anyway. Yeah, so I think Melina is a representation of, again, one of America's past trauma things, which is possibly why Melina says she talks about how her body was burned at the very beginning. She remembers burning, she remembers fire, and she woke up without a body at the foot of the Erd tree, and she knows that, like, Marika is her mother. I think she was born resembling the Glomide Queen, and Marika was like, no, and got rid of her. And then, I think Mesmer, who we also know is her son, had the same thing. Mesmer was cursed with the Abyssal Serpent that we know Marika was deathly afraid of because she had like some familiarity with the Abyssal Serpent, and that's why she ended up sealing him away in the Shadow Realm as well. I think the Abyssal Serpent was possibly one of the serpents that she was tasked with fighting or killing, along with the Glomide Queen, and for the Horn Scent, and that's why she was so deathly terrified of it. And so, again, a piece of her past coming back with her children. Then, fast forward to Morgott and Mohg. Well, at this point, when she marries Godfrey and starts having children with him, what is she doing? What was the whole reason she married Godfrey for? Was to conquer the lands between. And what happened while she was conquering the lands between? That's when she started sending people into the Shadow Realm because she didn't want the Horn Scent there. She wanted, genocide them all. Well, she despised the Crucible because the Horn Scent worshipped it, and she despised the Horn Scent. And because she decided to genocide all of the Horn Scent, what is then the twins born with? The Curse of the Crucible. And they become Omen. Again, part of her past. Now, we also learn that during the genocide of the Horn Scent, when Mesmer was going everywhere and conquering everything, he and Marika, he's tasked with burning down the sacred Church of Rao, which is where the first sight of Scarlet Rot appears. And we get that with Romina's remembrance and her story and everything. Where that after... We also get it in, I believe, the trailer. There's a scene of Romina in the church, in a burning church from the Erd Tree trailer. she finds a blooming rose in the midst of her burning church. The first aspect of whatever was going on with this, of an outer god. The first time we've ever seen the Scarlet Rot. And she embraces that rose and becomes like an embodiment of Scarlet Rot. So America is kind of the reason why Scarlet Rot even exists, and so what's a perfect, part of the curse of all of her children being her past tormenting her? You got Mesmer with a possible serpent she killed in the past. You have Melania with the Glomide Queen who she killed in the past. Melina with the Glomide Queen in the past. You have Morg and Moog with the Crucible, who was the god of the Horn Scent, or kind of a god. I don't know. It doesn't really mention the Crucible as a god, more of just a intense force that rivals the power of the Outer Gods. I like to think that the Crucible is very much like the same level of Outer God-esque deity. But that comes back in Morgan Moog. And then Melania comes with the Scarlet Rot because the church was burned down through her purging of burning everything the Horn Scent had even remote connections to. And then, of course, Mikola being born with the same genetic ability of having, being able to meld two people into one, reminding her of the horrible experiments that led to that. Meanwhile, there's one demigod that I have not mentioned. Godwyn. The Golden Boy. At least to all of our knowledge right now, the only person out of all of the children that doesn't have some kind of curse or problem or part of their existence reminding America of her past. The only one who wasn't a child failure in her eyes. The only one who wasn't cursed. Which is why, because he was the only one that wasn't cursed, I think that is why he was the prime target as the first of America's demigod children to perish. I think that's why Ronnie targeted him specifically. It's because he was kind of the only perfect child in America's eyes. And I think why America only saw him as the perfect child is because he's literally the only one who didn't have some type of curse from her past coming back to haunt her. It's wild. All right, we're good to go. Come here, little Worsey. Anyway, that's my crackpot theory about America and her ascension and her relation to the Glomide Queen and her relation with all of her children and whatnot. It's a crazy I'm. Where's the meme of what is it? Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where what's his face is just look completely disheveled, looking at the board with the red yarn going everywhere, just being hear me out. That is me right now with this entire crackpot theory. I get it. But hey, I love thinking of this stuff. I love world building, I love the lore, and I like theory crafting. And then I like watching and seeing more information that either proves or disproves my theories. Surprise, surprise! I am okay with changing my opinion in light of new information. I'm okay with that. I've had plenty of opinions change. If Miyazaki was just like if the movie, if the Elden Ring movie comes out and it gives more detail, which you know it's gonna. You know it's gonna. Yes, the director is Alex something? It's the same dude who did like the 28 series, 28 years later, days later, weeks later, that thing. And then also he's the one behind Ex Machina. Like he's a good director for the style of the movie. I think his portfolio fits kind of the tone of the movie. And I think that's why he was chosen. But I've also noticed that it says, like, it's listed in a bunch of news outlets that he is the director, and it's like, awesome. But if you go to, like, IMDb, or if you go to a bunch, like, less of news outlets and more of database sites, it says director, and it has Alex, and then it also says Miyazaki and George R. R. Martin as directors. Some places say Alex is the director and then Miyazaki and George R. R. Martin are co-directors. But pretty much all of the databases that have information about the movie, they're listed as either directors or co-directors with. So it's like, just go that way, okay? There we go. So I think he is there to direct the films, to get the tone and the setting and everything right. But it's not like Miyazaki just, oh, yeah, here's this. Go, Alex, go. No, like him and it seems like George R. R. Martin both are still having a pretty hefty hand in its production. And so that's why I think it's going to be very accurate. That's also why I'm excited to see what other, like, new bits of information we learn about the world when it comes out. Because you know there's going to be more revelations. You know there's going to be, like... I genuinely think Miyazaki... And I also think that's why, like, he mentioned in the past why he will eventually he's mentioned that he will continue the Elden Ring IP. He's just not working on anything right now, and that's because he's doing like Duskbloods and that stuff. Which again makes total sense. Tests with a game from Nintendo, yeah, working on Duskbloods. Makes sense. But I also think it's because he wants the movie to come out with with all the new information and all the things. And then as that releases more information about the world and its lore and everything, then also, and I think this is also kind of like business smart, the movie coming out, you know, every single fan, even the people who don't care about lore, are gonna go watch the movie because it's still a game that they very much enjoy. And hell, at that point, say, yeah, that's how I don't care about reading item descriptions or whatever. I will get my lore through the movie. And I think that's perfectly fine. But not only is every fan of Elden Ring gonna go watch it, whether they are looking forward to it or whether they are, hey, Bat, can you de-aggro already? Thank you. Jeez. That took longer than expected. Longer than usual. It's also going to reach a lot of new people.
To determine if you had the metal. It seems torrent. Whereas there
Dude,
is but one I can take gathering.
I think From Software started to hit like the light in Dark Souls 3. I think that's when they really started to take off. Dark Souls 3 came out and it hit more of an audience than any of their games. And then Sekiro boosted that. Oh, I need to... What am I doing? Stormhill. Doodly. And then, and then Sekiro boosted that. And then Elden Ring exploded. Elden Ring is the first From Software game for so many people. And don't get me wrong, it's an amazing one to start on. It is so polished. It really is the best of the Souls game. Even if you like the older ones, even if you're a big DS1 fan, even if you're a big DS3 or Sekiro fan, or God forbid, a DS2 fan, like Elden Ring is just like, yes, it is all of their knowledge of all of their games in this really polished gem. It's great. The movie's going to get a lot more people interested in it. Elden Ring got way more of an audience. It started catching people. It caught gamers who never would have played like Souls-like games in the first place. Elden Ring was what stretched it from just being a video game with a fan base to suddenly being known to anybody who plays video games, period. It got major outreach. And the movie is now going to hit that exact same audience. Even the people who played Elden Ring for the first time, when the movie comes out, they'll probably be like, oh, okay. Yeah, why not? I'll go watch it. Like, I think a vast majority of the people who are going to go watch Elden Ring are going to be the people who only played Elden Ring and never played another Souls game. Because they will look at the movie and just be like, sure, why not? I don't think they're excited for it. I don't think they're, like, counting down the days or whatever. I think they're just going to be like, oh, an Elden Ring movie. Well, I played the game. Let's see how it is. And then it's also going to hit every one of their friends. Be like, hey, guys, my friends who don't play video games. Why not go see this movie with me? Like, people who know nothing about the game are also going to go see the movie. And especially if the movie is good, like being a really good, authentic, like imagine if the movie, and this might be sacrilege for me saying this, some people might hiss the moment I say this, but what if the Elden Ring movie is good enough, or so good enough, that it creates a very similar fan base like Lord of the Rings? Do you know how many people did not know what Lord of the Rings was until the movies came out and they were just so good it got so many more people to go read the books? Brother, if the movie is good, if it brings, all it has to do is just give you that peak fantasy. That unique peak fantasy. That's all it needs to do. That's all. We still don't know the story of Elden Ring. I think it really definitely is pointing towards Vike's story, because we know it takes place post-Shattering. And the intro, like a lot of the leaked footage, has been pretty much the same footage as the opening cinematic to the game. I genuinely think it's going to be Vike. It's going to take place in the Tarnished Might remigration, where they're all coming back, and it's going to take place with Vike. I think that is genuinely what the story is going to be. And if that is the case, it's already a solid story. it's already Vike already has such a solid story. It makes a good fantasy movie, period. The thing that is going to either make or break it at this point is just going to be how well that feeling comes off. Are people going to get the same experience that they did back with like when the first Lord of the Rings movie came out? Are they going to get to experience a unique fantasy world that doesn't follow the conventional elves and dwarves, like a unique fantasy world with its own fantasy races, its own power dynamics, its own versions of magic that come from outer gods, you know, kind of taking your classic Tolkien fantasy, but throwing in like a little bit of eldritch horror with, oh, all of the magic. Oh, I almost targeted one of the wrong things there. Instead of just going with like some of the Tolkien magic, it mostly comes from, you know, like cosmic beings beyond our comprehension. A little touch of eldritch horror in there. All people need to do, all it needs to do to succeed is give people that kind of wonder and awe about just a unique fantasy world. Because, like, let's be fair, people see a bunch of fantasy stuff and they immediately are just like, oh, yeah, Tolkien, like elves, dwarves. Oh, yeah, Tolkien. Like, Tolkien kind of pushed that part of fantasy to the front of everyone's minds. That now, whenever even unique fantasy worlds that are completely homebrewed come out, they follow into like the public domain versions or their own takes on the public domains of what an elf is, what a dwarf is. That you still the same names. Miyazaki doesn't use elf or dwarf. He uses Newman, Highlander, astrologers, which were like the magic people. He has demi-humans, misbegotten. He has outer gods, a different magic system. It is an actual unique IP fantasy world. And all it needs to do, all the Elden Ring movie needs to do, is just catch that and deliver it to the audience. If it can give off cool-ass fights with magic and beasts and fighting against misbegotten warriors, if we're getting like Legolas taking down an elephant, but instead it's Vike fighting a lesser dragon while Lanciax is tutoring him in how to wield lightning, because that's what actually happened. Like, it just needs to deliver that raw fantasy. And if it does that, it will hit the normal audience of every person who doesn't play video games, like all of the Lord of the Rings type fans. All of the people who, they don't really play video games, but they grew up reading Lord of the Rings books. You know, like genuinely some of that older generation. Didn't go far enough east for a second there. And so I think it's a great PR move. You already know 90% of the people who bought and played and beat Elden Ring are going to go watch the movie. You also know that you're going to get a trickle-down effect with them inviting friends and family to be like, hey, come watch this cool fantasy movie. This cool, like, dark fantasy movie. And the way it looks like it genuinely, there is a little bit more of like a dark to it even beyond like Lord of the Rings dark moments. But it could definitely pass itself off with a little less of that in the movie and still turn out great. Like, it can be somewhere in between. I mean, Game of Thrones was huge. Why? Because it was the same thing as, like, Lord of the Rings, at least with how it started. You know, George R.R. Martin, of course. He didn't quite hit the same Lord of the Rings ginormous fan base as Tolkien did.
What are you trying to start?
Maybe it's just because he hasn't died yet. But
I'm not in love with it or nothing. You're a first.
maybe George R. R. Martin will hit that same fan base with his creation of Elden Ring. Hi Beep, welcome in. How you doing? I'm just going off right now about about Elden Ring lore and other fantasy stuff. You're in the car, be here for real in like an hour. Well, don't. No distracted driving. Okay? Don't you dare. I better be on like audio only for you. And if I am on audio only for you, you get to sit here and listen to me talk about like the Elden Ring movie and Elden Ring lore. So. No, I need to upgrade. Alright. Alright, Bernie time. I gotta focus up here. I can't be messing up Bernie already. Flask, physic. Alright, we're ready. Bernie! I'm here to end you. 1.
What's wrong with you? I won't say it.
2.
Suppose I have no choice.
3. Roll back. For that. And 4. Yep!
To be certain.
Boom! Alright, we can go to Lucaria. Yep. You can get a double strike. You get 1 free strike before he aggroes. Then your second strike aggroes him, but as he's like equipping his stuff, you can get a second strike in. Then you roll away because he will either immediately go for a heal or he'll swing. If you roll away, you get the perfect distance that his swing will just miss you. And the moment he swings and misses, you can already queue up another Unsheath to pop him immediately because you've already distanced yourself enough away. Or if he goes for the heal instead of swinging, you are already preparing for an Unsheath. You take a step forward and get the Unsheath off right before he heals. Or he does get the heal off, and then you just have to fight him normally. Which isn't too hard, because again, you can still just roll back each one of his hits. Like, he queues up for an R1, you roll back once, and you can get an Unsheath. Because the rollback is enough spacing, the R1 misses, which allows you to counter with an Unsheath. It's not too difficult fighting him. Anyway, I was going off on the Elden Ring movie and the lore. Anyway, back to that. Yes, I think the Elden Ring movie is going to be a huge PR success. Because it is... Every person who plays Elden Ring is going to be at least curious if not already excited for it, at least curious and be like, yeah, I'll go see it. Why not? And then, of course, it's going to trickle to all the people who don't play video games, because it's now just a new medium. Hell, I know tons of people who love fantasy, like Lord of the Rings and whatnot, but they don't play video games. They read books, watch movies, that type of stuff. Which I can already tell that I will recommend, hey, when it comes out, I have said to them, hey, when the Elden Ring movie comes out, you like fantasy, you want to go see it? They're not on video games, so I'm not going to tell them to play the video game, but that's the trickle down that I think the movie is going to have. Or just even people who don't even have friends that say, hey, come to... Just people who will see the trailer when, like, the official trailer comes out, and suddenly it's just, like, a cool fantasy, like, a new IP fantasy movie? That just sounds kind of cool. I think it will hit a fair amount of people. Which, hell, might even turn out to have even more sales for Elden Ring after it comes out. And, like I said, Miyazaki's finishing up Duskbloods and not working on... He said he's not working on Elden Ring 2, but Elden Ring IP itself is not done, which means he plans on coming back to it. I think he's going to wait after the movie. And then, dude, if suddenly the movie comes out, and then shortly after, in, like, an interview with Miyazaki or the director, like Alex or whatever, it just all of a sudden, Miyazaki just like, yeah, and we'll be continuing the series. We'll have our sequel to the game coming out soon. Like, just announces, like, yep, Elden Ring 2's in production. It wasn't in production because we were working on Duskbloods and VOD, and we were also waiting on the movie to come out. But now the movie is released. It's been out a couple months. We've seen a bunch of success. We're going to announce Elden Ring 2 now. That would be, like, the best PR move. Like, oh, that would be insane. Alright, Assassin's Gambit. Dagger, Rapier, and Seal. Let's get Dagger, Rapier, and Seal. Oh, I always do that. I always push start after selecting it, except I gotta push A one more time because I currently don't have the stats to wield the seal. Okay, Ash of War. For Dagger, Golden Vow. For Rapier, Assassin's Gambit. And for the shield, Vow of the Indomitable. I almost forgot that a couple times ago. And now we sell everything. Make buku big bucks here. And I can sell that. There we go. Let's go get Flame Grant Me Strength now. But yeah, from the everything that I'm seeing, from the leaks of like some of the set designs and like the opening Dung Eater cutscene stuff, I think the start of the movie is gonna have pretty much like the same intro as the game, where it's just talking about this is the shattering, this is kind of what happened, and now the Tarnished are returning to claim the Elden Throne. Like, it's gonna have like the same Elden. It's gonna talk about all the legends, but instead of where the game says, and a Tarnished of no renown, and it shows you waking up after receiving grace, it's instead going to be like, and Vike. Who then the movie is going to be about Vike and his story. Which, of course, I think people who don't know Elden Ring, I think they will find Vike's story fascinating because it's not a good ending. That's why I genuinely think people would enjoy seeing a not just a unique IP that doesn't follow the norm, it's its own fantasy world. Every movie goes with, oh, and the good guy wins in the end. No, this movie ends with Vike failing. And I think that would be such just like a unique ending that is outside of the norm that people would love to actually see something unique. I think the other thing about Elden Ring movie being more likely a success is just because in so far all of its aspects, it's already doing a lot of what everybody kind of has been screaming at Hollywood to do for a long ass time. And that is a unique IP that's not just a remake of something. It's not just a live action. I mean, yes, it is a live action adaptation of another medium, which is exactly what everybody screams at Hollywood. But it's oh, whoops, didn't mean to grab that. Oh. But it's a unique IP in like a fantasy setting world. It is not a well-known, beloved story that is being remade. It is a story that is completely unknown outside of gamers that is being made. So to any normie out there, any normie out there, Elden Ring will literally just be a new fantasy or new fantasy IP. People will see it as the exact same thing. Again, if it's good, if it hits well in being a unique fantasy movie, IP and stuff, I think people will see it very similar. Like, there's a high likelihood people will receive it similar to the first movie of Lord of the Rings. People knew of Tolkien. People knew of Lord of the Rings. It was pretty popular book series. But the movie just made it 10 times more popular. It made people go back and read the books. I think that is exactly a formula Elden Ring could emulate. The movie will suddenly make people realize what it is. People will see it as like a really cool fantasy medium. It might get more people into the game, or it might not. Like, I'm a huge fan of Lord of the Rings, but I didn't read the books for a long ass time. I just was like, cool, give me the movie. and maybe it'll just entice people to wait till the next movie if they ever plan on doing it. I genuinely think if the Elden Ring movie does like a fantastic job, if it like hits record highs, if it has the same success in the movie industry that Elden Ring did in the gaming industry, in the sense that it hit a big audience, was really popular, beloved by many, first introduction into this medium, just like Elden Ring was the first Souls introduction for tons of Souls players now. Or not even Souls players, just players in general. If it hits that same success, I think it could follow kind of in the footsteps of Lord of the Rings, in that people might not suddenly want to play the game, but if it gets big enough, and the people and the normal people who don't play the video game say, yeah, we would love to watch an Elden Ring 2, a second movie, I see no reason of why not. If people want it, why not make it? The problem is things are being made that people don't want. That is consumerism. Stop giving us live action remakes of already beloved series. We don't care. We want new shit. All right. I need to craft these before we start. All right. Here's Noble. Physic. Vow. Strength. Blue. Give me a fireball. Give me a fireball. Give me a fireball. There we go. Not quite what I was thinking. Why? Okay, now you're being really weird. Okay, of course. What was that opening? I threw that second pot way late. So that's my own fault. But I don't even know what that... Oh, why did he go behind the pillar and then decide to throw? Dude, I am hitting all of the weird... I'm hitting all of the weird things are happening. All right. Let me get up and do a quick stretch. I'm still good to keep doing more attempts. I'm feeling way better now than I was Monday. Dude, Monday... I'm currently 3 hours into stream. By this point, I was ending because I was just feeling like... I was feeling like crap on Monday. I don't know what it was. I was tired. I was everything. And like right now, I'm feeling great. I'm like, yeah, I can keep going. Just get some stretches in. Oh, my mood is way better. Okay, it's actually also starting to get a little warm in my room. Not my room, but like my studio area. So that's probably because my computer's been chugging along. I'm gonna turn on my AC. What does my thermostat say? What? It's 78 degrees. I wonder if it warm. Hi, Cookie. Alright. My AC is on. So I apologize if you happen to hear it. But it's getting a little warm. I gotta cool down my place. Let's begin. Samurai lands between. Radio. Oh, why'd I unequip? Nah, it doesn't matter. Alrighty. This is it. This is gonna be it. I'm not gonna get weird stuff. Everything's gonna go according to plan. I'm not gonna mess up. And even if I do get like weird RNG stuff, I'm gonna play safe so that I can deal with it and not think that everything's plan for things to not succeed. If something can go wrong, it will go wrong. Yeah, okay. So back to what we were talking about before while I do the next 20 minutes of see it up.
I am Carl.
I should learn. There's something where you talk to Kale and then you jump like up here and over here, because this is just faster or something. I don't know. I'm not speed running. It's a speed run tactic. I'm just going for Hitless. Okay, yeah, but picking up where we left off, talking about the Elden Ring movie. Gonna be good. That's all I have to say. No, I think, again, we don't know for sure that it's Vikes, but kind of everything is just kind of pointing towards Vike. It is a story about the Tarnished. The scary thing is it's hard to say, oh, it's pointing towards the story of the unnamed Tarnished, or it's pointing towards the story of Vike, because they kind of happen pretty close to each other. Like they're both in the same era, the era being the return of the Tarnished, the Great Tarnished Migration, being when pretty much Tarnished for years. It's heavily implied that Tarnished have been flooding back to the Lands Between for a fair amount of time. Like, by the time we get here, we are by far not even close to, like, the first wave of Tarnished. While I believe it does talk about how Vike was close to some of the first waves. I don't know if he was, like, the first wave of Tarnished that arrived back here. But he was pretty close. So yeah, it's kind of hard to tell because without literally just putting the main character, whether it's an unnamed Tarnished or whether it's Vike's armor, right in front of you. We can't really tell. Does it take place a little bit early in the Tarnished timeline or a little bit later in the Tarnished Returns timeline? Imagine all of, like, multiple movies coming out. It just turns into a whole, like, Star Wars, but it's Elden Ring franchise. This is the Tarnished Returns, and, over here we have... Oh, why'd I hop off torrent? Oh, can torrent just not... Okay. That's interesting. I went a little too close to the bats. Uh-oh. That's okay. We dodge them well. But yeah, it's like... This is Elden Ring. And then we get Elden Ring. The Tarnished Returns. Return of the Tarnished. And then we get... What is it? What? You got Return of the Jedi. You got, like, I don't know. Bad comparison to be like, what about the modern ones? Ugh, no. But I don't think we ever have to worry about if the IP takes off, if the franchise takes off. I don't think we ever have to worry about it going for so long that it goes down a toilet bowl like the Star Wars universe. Miyazaki would never let that happen. Just kind of like what he did with Elden Ring. I think he knows when it's like, okay, let's wrap up the story and here we go.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck. Hello?
I mean, to be fair,
I
the story of or like the universe of
don't dally. Give it
I'm not really a Star Wars fan and I don't know a ton. There we go. But like the universe is expansive. I know that.
humans all lose their wits eventually. How could this
Let's go.
whole existence just
Yeah, the universe is expansive. There are so many stories, even now. There are so many stories in so many different places or in different parts of the timeline that you can tell. And I think people would love Star Wars still if it did any of that instead of just trying to rewrite and make up so much of its new stuff. That's just bad. Okay, hold on. I need to plug in my headset saying low battery. Luckily, this headset works on both Bluetooth and wired. So I can just... there we go. It is now turned into a wired headset. I get the best of both worlds. Everybody's like... I have heard people who hate Bluetooth headsets because they're just like, oh, yeah, either latency or just usually they say, oh, well, the quality goes down or whatever. Like, I like Bluetooth headsets. I'm completely fine with them. I've never had an issue with them. I play plenty of games where audio cues and reaction times are tight, and I've not had latency issues. I compared to other even wired headphones and stuff in terms of audio quality, they're great. I don't know. I guess it's just preference for some people. I personally have never had an issue. But this headset can also do wired. So. Ooh! My camera went a little weird there. Almost jumped off the cliff to my death. That would have been a hell of a start. And all runes and recipes obtained. Alrighty. Yeah, no, I will love it if it's Vike's story. Genuinely, if they do the Unnamed Tarnished for the movie, I mean, I'm not gonna say that they couldn't make it good, but I think you would lose a lot of aspects in certain things. I think just doing Vikes would be so much better. Hi, Blythe. I hear you. Sorry I don't interact with you at all. You're a lovely person. With, you know, a classic FromSoft tragic story when you get to the end. Like every NPC in all of their games. Like, let's actually see. What are the endings to, like, all of the Tarnished storylines? That the NPCs that you meet. Not, I guess not just Tarnished, but NPCs as well. Let's go to Limgrave. You start with, like, Bok, who ends up... We'll go with, like, their true endings. Ends up going back to Raya Lucaria to get rebirthed as an actual human, so he's not a demi-human anymore. Except that because the rebirth is imperfect, he ends up just dying. Like his lifespan's cut down to hours. But he achieves his goal of becoming a real boy. So, tragic. Then there's Selen, who, no matter which timeline you end up going with her, either gets killed by a witch hunter, or takes over the academy for a day until she's immediately transformed into just a full, magical head. That if you talk to her, she literally just goes, like she's groaning in pain. Okay, cool. Who else is in Liurnia? Bernie. Well, or even Patches. I mean, they all slowly perish, whittle out, or get killed when you kill Rykard. Like when Rykard dies, everybody kind of falls apart because their purpose, the person they were fighting for, and their whole belief in Rykard consuming everything and everyone is now failed. So they all perish. What else is there? Who else? Oh, Yuria, who ends up dying by Eleonora's hand, Eleonora, who fought with Yuria to quell dragons. She partook in dragon communion. That's why she hunted dragons. Yuria always said that he didn't like the idea of dragon communion because, he's the one that tells you people who partake in that turn into worms. Like Makar and whatnot. He's the one who gives you that information. So he's just like, no, I just hunted dragons. But then Eleonora goes to try to kill Moog, loses and becomes one of Moog's pawns, and then kills Yuria. So Yuria dies, and then you go kill Eleonora. So it's like, okay, cool. No one lived there. Who else is in? Oh, if you head south into Weeping, you have the father-daughter combo, who literally both turn to madness. One dies by a misbegotten. One of them dies by misbegotten, which then sends the father into a rage of madness. Then he ends up trying to kill you, and you just kill him instead. And then of course, daughter didn't get no special treatment either. She died, and then her body gets possessed, and she's just like, oh, yes, I am to become a maiden for the Three Fingers. And it's like, which ends up she like becomes your maiden when you get accepted by the Three Fingers and whatnot. Like, kinda becomes your maiden. Because Melina leaves you. But yeah, so it's like she doesn't have a happy ending. Let's see. We go north into Liurnia. We have Raya, who probably, arguably, has the best ending out of NPC. Yes, she finds out that she's like a salamander, and that she actually was like the weird abomination child, and she has to come to terms with that. But she literally gives you a note and says, I have left to, figure out who I am and whatnot. So she doesn't die. She just kind of says, I need to go on a self-discovering journey because I'm an abomination salamander between the mutated Rykard Serpent and, like... It's just like, okay. I hope to see you again, Raya. You were a wonderful person, and I do not believe your personality has changed. Hopefully you, have fun on your adventures. So, like, yeah, she has, like, the best ending out of all the NPCs. Who else is that? Bogart is next up in Liurnia, who you end up finding as a victim to the Dung Eater. He eventually falls victim to the Dung Eater. Dung Eater gets him. Big bad Dung Eater. And then you end up killing the Dung Eater, so, I mean, I don't know. You get revenge, but the Dung Eater's not getting his happy ending either. Though the Dung Eater is an antagonist, not a friendly NPC. So. We're looking at friendly NPCs. Who else is in Liurnia? Friendly NPCs. I'm trying to think. There's, oh, Mr. and Mrs. Albanoric. I guess she's kind of a, Latenna. She kind of gets a good ending. She says she wishes to travel with you to reach the round, to reach the Halig tree. And when you get to the Halig tree, or when you get nearby and stuff, she like has her whole dialogue and is like happy. Oh, I guess we forgot Rodriga, who I don't think is here yet, because we haven't went to Liurnia yet. She's still here at the shack. Rodriga stays with Hugh, but I guess they kind of have like a semi-tragic story, because she doesn't die, but it's the idea that now that the Erd tree is burned and the Erd tree is burned, that the Round Table Hold, which is like a... I mean, we got more context with, like, Night Rain on what the Round Table Hold actually is. It's kind of like a demi-plane, like, area that shows up for the people who are coming to, like, save the Lands Between. Like, it becomes the place where the Tarnished meet, and then it becomes the place where all of the other heroes of Night Rain meet. I don't know. I've heard people describe it very similar to what is it, the room of necessity or whatever, that one room in Harry Potter. It's kind of like it appears in a demiplane-esque, but when you burn the Erd tree, there's like no need for it anymore. So of course it starts to burn up. And Rodriga just says, well, Hugh can't leave because this was his whole purpose, and he's gonna burn down with it. And I can't leave Hugh because Hugh was the one who gave me a purpose. So you kind of assume that they both just died as the Round Table hold burned down. I mean, that never happens because it's the Round Table hold. You need it for even endgame, postgame, whatever. So you never actually see that, but that's supposedly what is going to happen. So I don't know. She kind of has like a decent, maybe not tragic story. At least not tragic enough that you see it. D ends up dying to Blight.
You surprised no matter why don't.
Hoslow ends up dying when people, after becoming the potentate, when people try to come and fight the jars, or like hunt the jars. He protects them, but he successfully protects them, but he dies from his wounds. So he dies. Alex has kind of like a... I mean, it is kind of tragic because Alexander does die, but he dies in the way he wanted to and the way he always planned on. From the very beginning, he wanted to become a great warrior and die in battle, as all great warriors do. And at the very end, he says, well, I have made it here. I have reached my goal. The last thing I can ask is to fight you, the greatest warrior I know. And you end him. And he even says, he's just like, this was a wonderful fight. This was a great way to go. Take the shard within me, so my power, just like he would scoop dead bodies to get their power and become stronger. He says, take the power I've cultivated and take it with you. And he gets you arguably one of the best talismans in the game for it. So I don't know. You can say his ending is tragic, but it's what he wanted, and it's what his kind of goal was throughout the entire time. Or at least for the most part. Becoming a great warrior. Who else is there? Roderick, who dies to Deathblight. As he starts investigating it with D. There's Dee's brother, who you find cowering when you get down, like, right before Valiant Gargoyles. And if you do his quest line, he ends up accepting Dee's armor. And then when you kill Fiachamps, he will actually invade you after Fiachamps, and you kill him there. So, I mean, even though he has literally, like, no dialogue, aside from crying because he misses D, he still dies in the end. I guess Renala can kind of count, but her mind is already... Her mind broke when Radagon left her, and she's gone, man. She's just... She was gone when you met her. Let's see, what other NPCs are there? So far, I think, like, the best ones have kind of been... I would put Alexander in a good ending category. I would put maybe Rodrika in a good ending category. Latenna, I think, at least in terms of how things usually end for people. Like even though a lot of these people supposedly perish at the end, they like fulfilled what they wanted. They essentially perish fulfilling what they wanted to set out to fulfill. And so I'm using that as kind of like my baseline of that is a good ending. Yes, they died, but they fulfilled their goal. Those are kind of the only ones. I mean, I guess by that definition, Bach fulfilled his goal. But I'm not counting that one because I feel Bach's goal, even though it was to not be a demi-human anymore and it was to be reborn as a human, I feel his goal was not just being reborn, but being reborn and then also living as a human, not being reborn and dying hours later. I don't think that was on his like goals sheet. So I'm not gonna put Bach in there. I think those are the only three. Everyone else just ends up dying miserably or unknowingly. Did we go through everybody in Liurnia? EG dies, Blythe dies. I guess none of the merchants die, tragically. They're all alive at the very end. Unless you kill them. I mean, you can give them a tragic ending, but they don't have, like, a default tragic ending questline. But they do have a very tragic storyline leading up to when you meet them. The fact that they were a caravan that dealt a little bit with the frenzied. They were a caravan cursed with the frenzied, but they would embrace it and kind of like celebrate it and sing as a way to, you know, not go completely insane. But because, of course, it's the frenzied flame and Marika would fear that shit, she shoves them all underground. And the caravan ceases to exist as it sits in an underground prison guarded by Mook. Except for the couple of caravan survivors, the nomadic merchants, who then are just found very few but sporadic as merchants around the lands between. So you have tragic origin instead of tragic ending.
Hello, it's rather my mistress. But could I ask that thug only?
I guess Fia also accomplishes her goal. Fia goes and becomes exactly what she set out to be, the deathbed companion to Godwyn, the host of the god of death, the outer god of death.
You're first.
So I don't know, she kind of accomplished her goal. You kill Gideon, so he meets a tragic end. Oh, Nefeli Lu, and by proxy, Kenneth Height. They actually, I think they have some of the best.
Brave.
They would be in the actually survived good ending. Because Nefeli Lu, to be fair, this quest line wasn't finished when the game released. It came out later in the update. Same with Hoslow and his potentate quest line. But they don't die. Nefeli Lu, because she is of the golden lineage. She's a Highlander golden lineage, like Godfrey. So she has the bloodline to take the place of Godric now that you've ended him. And I mean, even Kenneth Haidt hates Godric. Says, "Oh, that's horrible. You shouldn't be like this. You should not be ruling this kingdom. You are a coward who fled the capital. This should not be your kingdom." But he's fully supports Nefeli Lu. And so if you finish their quest lines,
I suppose I have no choice. Is this what grace would be?
yep, there we go. That's exactly how it's supposed to go. That's the best outcome with Bernie.
Volcano Manor awaits you.
We go to the gate. So yeah, Nefeli Lu and Kenneth Haidt, I guess they are the two NPCs who genuinely have the best endings. Again, if you follow the true, again, we're going like true quest lines, true ending of their quest lines. Because unlike the other ones, like Alexander, Fia, who die but achieve their goal and then die, these guys actually, like, no, they find their purpose and they continue living. Nefeli Lu becomes the next ruler of Stormvale Castle, with Kenneth Haidt, who is a Limgrave noble, backing her, being like, no, you are the true bloodline. You will rule. Godric was horrible. and then that's kind of the end of... They live all the way up to the end of the game. It never shows them dead. At the very end of the game, if you finish their quest lines and then you even become Elden Lord, enter post game, whatever, they're still back at... I believe they're in the throne room. They still just chill there. So I guess they're the two that have the best endings. I think that's everyone in Limgrave. And I'm still trying to think of Liurnia. We'll go over to Caelid. I mean, no one does. Millicent doesn't. She invades you, and then when you actually find her, it's like, oh, shit, okay, you decide to help her. Only to end up going to the Halig tree, and her sisters, because she wants to go to her mother, but she was like, nope. Her sisters are like, nah, you're not one of us. You deserve to die. And you help kill her sisters, but she doesn't survive. The Scarlet Rot finally takes her.
I knew you. I here take my hand. Give me. I will.
Okay, who else is there? Over in Kaled.
I am Tan Rias, a warrior. Perhaps will you join? Why accept?
I can only think of the people like if we go down to the Radon Festival, which we've already covered pretty much all of those people except for of course, dude, why am I spacing on his name? What's his face? Who's in charge of all of it? Why did I pick that up? I don't use that. Why do you keep aggroing on me and taking my stamina? I have the beast torch. Stab it. Maybe I actually have to hold it up. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe that just makes the aggro range a little bit wider, which then might fix that. Oh yeah, Corin over there dies as well. So Enya, the finger crone for the two fingers, dies as well when you burn the Erd tree. Gold Mask perishes. Although he's kind of in the element of some of the others of like I believe he achieves his goal.
Well, I took you for no matter. Lay out your own.
Oh wait, I gotta sell to you, right? I don't need the Dragon Moon Grease. Oh my gosh. I almost forgot. Which wouldn't be bad right now, but would be bad in a little bit. I should make sure I have that equipped. If I went into a noble fight without that equipped, would not get the 2-cycle. Nah, but even Witch Hunter, like he fails as well. So he doesn't and ends up dying. I mean, he was kind of a warrior that was happy to die for Radon. Doesn't, so goes back to witch hunting, his previous profession. So I think he was fine with dying. Yeah, I guess you could stick him in the same category as Fia and Alexander. I think that's most all of Caelid's NPCs. And I think we covered Liurnia's. Pretty much everyone in Volcano Manor dies, goes insane, whatever, after you kill Rykard, so they're all gone. Is there anyone else in Atlas Plateau? I think at that point, you're done meeting new. You're done meeting new NPCs, and that's just mostly where, the continuation... Oh, shit. No. What? There we go. I was gonna say, if that thing sees me, holy crap. I just had to quick teleport. I was fumbling in the menu. Yeah, the only good one from here in the Volcano Manor is like we previously mentioned, Raya, who goes just on a self-discovering journey. I think that's kind of it. I can't think of another NPC that has anything good happen to him. It seems as though, like, Nefeli Liu and Kenneth Haidt have good endings. Raya has, like, a semi-good ending. Alexander and Thea have fulfilled endings. They fulfill their purpose. They die, but they fulfill their purpose. I guess Hugh also has that. And then Rodriga, I guess you can put in there. I don't know if you can really say she fulfilled her purpose, but Hugh let her find her purpose. And she then also says, "No, I'm happy to just stay here with Hugh till the end. Like I will stay with Hugh to the end." So she's kind of like, she accepts death because it is more preferable to just die with Hugh than to just keep going elsewhere. So I kind of put her in the same boat as all the others, with Alexander and Fia and whatnot. People who die but accomplish what they were after. I'm glad that didn't mess me up with Bernie. I think it's because after 4 unsheaths, you get a blood proc on Bernie, so it doesn't really matter. But alright. Faith 15, strength 27. What, 26? We're 2,000 off? Did we miss something? What did we miss? I mean, we can still do it 26. 26 is the minimum. We just usually have 27. I think you can do it 25, but 25 always scares me because I believe that even a final unsheath at the end of Noble still has a chance to leave him with literally like 1 HP. And that just scares me. But I know 26 you can still for sure do it. So we should be fine. Okay, Noble, don't give me the weird RNG that you were giving me before. But even if you do, I'm gonna be prepared for it. Come on. Yes! Oh! Beautiful RNG. Shit. Okay. I hit him too early. I thought that was late enough. It wasn't. I should have waited till he officially started the animation. Whoops. I click continue. I should have waited till he officially started the animation. Because, if you don't know, when you sleep something, when the symbol, like the little, like, tuft that comes out of them happens, that doesn't necessarily mean they're hit by it. You have to wait till the animation actually starts, or you can actually wake them up and skip the entire falling asleep, waking up animation period. You actually have to wait, and I just didn't. There. All right. New game. Hitless Serpent Hunter. Samurai. Lands between. Let's do this. Well, I only have time for... I don't know. It depends how long this... If this run... If this run finishes, it will be perfect. And that's going to be the plan. Oh, yo. There we go. All right, can we get bow skip? Yeah, bow cancel achieved. You know, if I ever want to do speed runs at some point. Oh, maybe I will.
But I can also that you're not then. Why? I am Carly.
I've mentioned it before that like I watched a Bloodhound's Fang speed run. Back around the time the DLC came out. And I was just like, huh, and then like I kind of proxy did it just for any percent, not including the DLC. It was just any percent glitchless. And then I kind of went through the motions and then just never started a run. Never really even like tried it. Just went through the motions to be like, okay, I would do this, then I would come here and I'd do this. Because that's what the speedrun video that I watched did. Maybe at some point I'll try it. You're offering me a vehicle. A Honda.
I can play turning route to aid you. You need to the foot. Then it summoned me. Ah, I bequeath. Use it. It will summon torrent. Treat him with. Shall I turn your?
Why did I click that? There we go. That makes you wonder what the circle of dudes over here are doing. There's a couple of those. There's one there. There's one down in Weeping. There's one in behind the Carrion Manor. There's one Kalid. Makes you wonder what they were doing, what they were up to. Why just a circuit? Oh yeah, there's also the one at Dragon Barrel where we get the stone. Yeah. You know, you'd think, being the lore nerd, I'd be like, oh, I know what that is. It's this. Nope. Like, you can tell from their clothing that they're nobles. Or at least of slight high standing, because they've got like the nobleman robes and stuff that you can get dropped from the other soldiers and whatnot, like in Liurnia and whatnot. But then they also have like crowns, headpieces, so they're noblemen of some sort. It's just weird that they're just out in the middle of a field. Just these random meeting spots. I should as the lore nerd, I should look into it. I should see what I can find about it. Because usually if there's something that's like that, like anybody would be like, what's the point of that? I like to be the one to be like, I don't know, let's find out. If I don't know something about Elden Ring, I like to try and figure it out. Or at the very least, just be able to say, oh, we actually don't know. Like people have looked into it and we haven't found anything yet.
Help me. I'm stuck. Hello? Oh, I am peace.
Rather than just, oh, I don't know, but someone might have found something out.
Wait, I see. I see it now. Humans all lose their wits eventually. How could this?
How could this?
Was my whole existence just a crock?
Sorry, Alexander. We just like that talisman too much.
Oh, am I? Are you here as a?
Alright. Let's grab our St. Trina lilies. Oh, 1, 2, oh, and 3. Now it's time for a cash grab. You know, outside of being a nerd about Elden Ring lore, I'm also a nerd about like a Hollow Knight lore. Though I don't know, like, Hollow Knight lore as intensively as I know Elden Ring lore. I still love the lore and love finding new things out about it. Like, the ideas of, like, oh, the pale beings and their gods and whatnot. How the whole first game is literally just one pale being saying fuck you to another pale being, taking over the territory and sealing that one away. And then the sealed away pale being is just like, oh no, you don't, and then just starts destroying the minds of all of his subjects. Crazy. And then we got so much more lore with Silk Song. Being able to follow Hornet down to her mother's place of origin and be like, hey, this is where Hera, your mother, and a weaver came. And you want to know why she as a weaver was so strong? Strong enough to be like, hey, pale being Worm King, give me a baby. And the god actually said, yeah, okay. Because Hera's not a pale being. She's a weaver and has a lot of, like, power from, like, kind of that same aspect, but is not a pale being herself. It's like being a demigod and having enough riz to say, yo, knock me up, God. And just because you're just strong enough, the god looks at you and says, yeah. But at a price. Become one of my sleepers who will pretty much use your entire body in a dream state to seal away the other pale god. But hey, deals is struck. Both ends were met. Seems like it was good to me. Ooh, that was faster than I remember. That firebot came fast. He usually doesn't throw it till I'm at the stairs. I almost thought I hit me. I think it's because I did a little pause. I didn't start sprinting immediately when I entered. I think that was just enough time to mess it up. Oh, great. Oh, you're following me? Thank you. Man, I haven't had that happen either. That like half a second late on the sprint really changed everything. Let's go cash in our Cash in our kukri for 42,000 souls. There we go. Bam, 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 bam. Kukri. And kukri. And right as you jump, there's the jump. Moment he jumps, moment his fate is sealed. Yo. This is a rune 1 back here. I always skip this because I'm pretty sure it's a rune 1. Yeah, okay, it is. Yeah, I've been skipping that because I'd rather get the 8. What is that? The 8 of 6. 8, 6, and 3. And then I just skip that one. Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep doing that. Make me turn around and spend an extra 2 seconds for just a rune 1? No, thank you. That's too much time. 3 seconds? That's too much time. I swear half of the time when I'm doing stuff like this, I still have like that speed run mentality of like, oh, save if I just do this. I could save a couple seconds here. I could save this. And it's like, you know, your task is just completing the challenge, not completing the challenge as fast as possible, right? Like, it would actually be better if you took a little bit of time to make sure you did everything properly and safely. But the other half of the cell that I call my brain says, nah, fast. Go fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta optimize. Cut this out here. Cut this out there. I can go faster. And then I end up making a mistake. Oh, you gotta love it. You see, here's one of the other little like round councils. It's just like, what was the idea? What is the idea? Because they're all kind of the same. I mean, I can take a closer look at like the chairs and the corpses, but at least from the last time I remember giving them a thorough look at, they're just noblemen's. No, thank you. You don't want to go too high up the cliff. You go too high up the cliff, there's a ledge that he can be saved by. A ledge that he can be saved by, but you cannot land on. So he survives. If you try to jump down to get him, you will die. And if you don't jump down to get him, he will blink out of existence. So just don't put him too far up the cliff. I have come for the beast torch. Thank you very much. I've come to equip the beast torch. Bang the wall. go through here. Oh yeah, it's Memorial Day weekend. Anybody got anything fancy going on? I'm actually surprised. My work is giving us Friday and Monday off. So it's like, that's just like, oh yeah, Memorial Day on Monday. Cool. Nope, tomorrow's my last day of work for the week. But yeah. That's right, rat. Get away. And now, because that dang bat. I'm in the corner. You can't see me anymore, bat. Diagro. Thank you. Yes, I would like to go to Roundtable Hold.
Forgive me to determine if you had. It seems torrent, whereas I'm in. There is but.
Don't even need to ask, lady.
Very let my hand.
Yes. You know, I've had to start thinking about what I'm gonna do after this. The editing of Blasphemous is going well. So that's kind of like on schedule. First episode's already up. For part 1 is already up. It's looking like maybe it'll be 10-ish parts. Roughly 45 minutes per video. I don't know. I'm doing very little cutting. To be fair, I'm if I get it down to 10 parts, which is roughly where it's looking at, that does roughly mean I cut out half. Because it was like a 19 hour playthrough. And if I cut it down to 10 to 12 parts, 45 minutes each, that's half the time. But I want it to be relatively unedited, as just like a classic Let's Play first playthrough type video. But yeah. And then after that, I gotta figure out what I want to do for the next YouTube video. What to add to the collection now that after years of streaming, I'm finally doing YouTube. Even though I should have started doing YouTube years... Well, technically, I started doing YouTube back in 2017. But that was not Souls content. That was a completely different direction. I was still a young 20-year-old wondering what I wanted to do. And then I literally stopped doing content creation for multiple years altogether. Only to come back to streaming, and now, after streaming for a few years... couple of years, wanting to get back into the YouTube space. So, it is what it is. But I gotta figure out what I want to do for my next video. We got overload. So I've now done an overloaded, like, a heavily edited challenge run video, which is the first type of video I want. That I want to do. Like, I plan on doing plenty more. And then I also have my couple-minute, heavily edited, like, montage, random, just goof-off videos. Which was the Kingdom Come Deliverance but everybody I see dies. And that was fun. And then let's plays of first time playthrough videos. And like those, at least in my mind, those are the 3 types of like content that I want to have on my channel. To be fair, I'm gonna go with just whatever I want to do. Whatever I want to put on my channel, I'm gonna put on my channel. That's how I'm going about it. But what I want to do is like these kind of 3 types of contents. I just don't know what I'm gonna do next. I've had ideas of stuff in the past. But now I'm not sure. Could just do another Elden Ring challenge. I could turn these hitless runs. I mean, doing Elden Ring hitless is just because I've never done it on stream before. It'd be nice to have like an official one on stream, especially since it was like 10 months ago was when I got my PB1 on stream. So it's like, nah, I gotta finish it, right? I gotta prove that I can actually do it, right? Right? So I was just doing this in the meantime while I do other stuff. Really? Did I get close enough? I did. But yeah, I wasn't gonna do this into a video. I was just gonna... This is what I'm doing in the meantime while I edit and upload the blasphemous stuff. Guess who's actually here? Oh, welcome. I hope you drove safely, and I hope you did not... you weren't trying or watching anything while you were driving. No, wrong thing. There we go. God damn it, and well, now I got a mosquito. I mean, that's fine as long as I keep sprinting. Yeah, it didn't even fully attack. So it didn't full aggro. But how are you, Beep? How was your day? Good to see you. I've been ranting about Elden Ring lore, the movie, other random Elden Ring details, Silk Song and Hollow Knight lore. my usual rants about stuff. Yeah, I don't know why I suddenly stopped doing that skip and started doing like the super safe one. Yeah, I'm just grabbing... Okay, I'm not even grabbing that one. Woo! I could do the French challenge again, but I don't know. I don't really want to deal with... I'm not the biggest fan of, like, taking hitless or deathless or, you know, like, kind of the one attempt aspect and combining it with randomizers. That just... Part of that, to me, it's fun to try, but it can get frustrating real quick. And if I try to take it serious of like, no, I will beat this, then I end up driving myself a little insane. Because when you say, oh, I want to do deathless or hitless, but randomized, it's just like, okay, well, then you will literally just leave so many things up to pure luck. Because you can actually just get unlucky and have something that, because it's not designed to be in that spot, it just does something that becomes completely unpredictable, undodgeable, unnoticeable, whatever. And it's just like, oh, sucks to suck. Bad seed. Try again. Start all the way over. And it's like, I don't know. That kind of aspect always just rubs me slightly wrong. Fun to try. Not to stick to. At least that's my thing about it. So I probably won't be going back to the French challenge. I could just do an all bosses death list, like just take out the randomizer. But I'll be fair, that doesn't seem as entertaining. I also think it would be entertaining to, you know, similar to my overloaded challenges where I don't have to worry about something happening where I have to restart. It's just like an extra rule that makes things
Hello,
different that I have to follow.
Could I ask that fog only if you've... Oh, what a
Like
bad
just
fog.
never going below overloaded. It's not like, oh, I went underneath overloaded one. Like, how do you do that accidentally? And then 2, it's like, okay, I can die as many times as I want. I just have to always play everything overloaded. Challenges like that, where it's like I don't have to worry about resetting the entire run. It's just how far can I get, or can I beat the entire game? Which with the overloaded, I did. I beat the game always overloaded. Overloaded the entire time without ever using torrent
Did I forget?
and without ever using
Such
movement iframes. The only iframe stuff I did use was Valve the Indomitable, because the Fire Giant's slam was just, I mean, you can't block it, I can't dodge it, and with how long that fight takes, because he just constantly runs away from you, it really just started to feel like actually impossible without having some type of protection. Oh, what am I doing? I need to go, Bernie. Bernie, we're coming for you. But at least the caveat with Valve the Indomitable is you stand still while you have your iframes. Which I think was perfectly fine. What I was wanting to avoid was movement in iframes. You know, something that's equivalent to a roll. Which that includes the quick steps, that includes Bloodhound's Fang, Helix, all of that stuff. Alright. This is number 1, Bernie. This is number 2. Number 3, and we roll away. Yep. And perfect lineup. Now we go. Went to round 1, which is like an arcade and stuff, and won some prizes. I thought you said won some pizza, and I was gonna be like, dude, free pizza, awesome. Prizes are good too. I have there's where I live, there's a arcade bar called Nichols. That's similar. It doesn't really have it's I assume you're talking something more like Dave and Buster's, where it's more like party. But I have a place called Nichols, and it's just a bar and arcade where it's like they just got a bunch of classic arcade machines, so like Galactica and Pac-Man, just all of the old stuff. And then there's just a bar, so you can just get drinks and then pull out a dollar bill. They have nickel or they have quarter like machines and stuff, so you can go put a dollar bill in, or like a $10 bill or a $5 bill, whatever. Get a chunk of just quarters back, and you get to go have drinks and play arcade games. Yeah, it's more like Dave and Buster's. Yeah, that's what I figured. Winning tickets and prizes, that feels more like a Dave and Buster's. He tooted his horn, and now I lose stamina. Oh, but now I don't. You've been somewhere like that, played pinball that day? Yeah. I haven't been I haven't been to that place or anywhere similar in quite some time. I haven't really went out drinking in a long time. I think the last time I drank any alcohol was a few months ago. Oh no, yeah, I know when it was. It was like 4 months ago. One of my buddies
I knew you. I hereby
was moving into a new place,
I will
and it was gonna be like, oh, we won't see each other as much anymore. So right before he moved, me and him went out drinking. And he's real big into UFC, so we went out drinking to a bar during one of the UFC fights and watched it. That was like 4 months ago though, and that was the last time I went out drinking or did anything. Jeez. Maybe I should hit him up. It's been a while. Be like, hey, you want to go out drinking? I don't know if there's any UFC fights. No, holding it up didn't change. Why he's still drained stamina from me. There's one on June 14th. Beep, how did... Do you follow UFC? Also, I want to check... Hold on. I want to check OBS. Have I dropped more frames? No. It says I'm good now. I don't know. A little while ago, I started a local recording because I was like, I don't know what happened to my internet. I was dropping frames left and right. I dropped like 20K frames in like a 5 minute across a 5 minute period. I don't know what happened, but it hasn't came back. Hasn't happened since. So I don't know. Guess we're good. But yeah, just in case I get the run on one of these, I've been local recording. Just to be... Oh, I didn't buy Assassin's Gambit. God damn it. I'm getting distracted. I don't follow too much, but boyfriend's cousin sometimes hears about the fight. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know. If if my buddy was my buddy would definitely let me know and be like, "Oh yeah, fights happening this time. Let's go then." I could see it. But
That no matter.
there we go. Now can I Ashes of War that and that. And then so boom. 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 All right. Now we go here. Let's go get Flame Grant Me Strength. Gotta go follow the orange brick wall. Not the yellow brick road. Orange brick wall. Not even like bricks, more like just stones. Uncut. Did you hear that Bandai Namco and Konami, the parent company behind From Software it is, broke ties? How recent is that? I remember there being some issues because, Konami started joining with, or like, was bought by a couple of other people who did not have the best interest in mind, and it stirred up a lot of drama. And a lot of people were worried about it because it's like, oh, From Software wasn't bought, but Konami, who owns good chunk of From Software, was. And so people were like, how is this going to affect From Software? I know that that happened, but I remember hearing that like sometime last week or something. Did this happen recently? Like if that was in the last couple of days, maybe that's why. Maybe they cut ties. Well, how did they buy their stock back? Like what actually happened? Cuz Konami owned like what, 51% of From Software? And then the other 49 was split between a company I don't remember and Sony. At least the last time I remember looking up who owns what shares in From Software, that was it. Is it was like 51% them, and then the other 49 was like split. I think Sony was like 18% or something, and then the rest was another group, another company. But yeah, if Konami got rid of their 51% in From Software, or dropped in a lower percentage, so now someone else owns most, that would be, I have not heard about that. It'd be very interesting. especially with all of the From Software media that's like, because right now, From Software has to genuinely look like a gold mine. They've got the Bloodborne movie announced. They have the Sekiro anime announced. They have the Elden Ring movie that has been announced and now has even had, like, started production. Duskbloods is releasing on the horizon. So is Tarnished Edition, even though that one's been pushed back multiple times. From Software also has never gone a long period of time without announcing their next game. So the moment Duskblood comes out, guaranteed within probably at this next summer's Game Fest is we might get another FromSoft announcement of what the next IP or what they're working on now that Duskbloods is finishing up. Oh shit, maybe you were lied to, it was online somewhere but you can't find it. Well, it's possible that maybe it wasn't like a full-on lie. Maybe you were hearing about maybe like a telephone where it information got slightly changed. Maybe you were hearing about the same thing that I heard about, where Konami was bought out by someone else. Konami was bought by someone else, and they want the director of Konami. They want one of like the main people in charge gone. And they want to and they're like telling Konami, oh, you need to now become become a greedy corporation like everybody else. And everybody's like worried that the change in leadership with Konami might affect From Software because they're the majority owners of From Software. Maybe that's what you're hearing. Yeah, like I did hear about that. I think that knows, at least the first time I heard about it was like 5-6 days ago, almost a week ago. But yeah, no, my opinions on that, I don't know. I'm a little worried because it's like, I don't know, man. Like I believe the letter that was made to Konami telling them to do all of these changes, it's public. You can look it up or whatever. People were looking it up and it literally says in the letter, Konami, you're sitting on the gold mine that is From Software and you're not doing anything with it. You need to be more greedy. Like you need to force them to start doing microtransactions, stuff like that. Like it's scary. I am not ready for something like that to happen. Okay, let's focus up here. Let's do Noble. We got this. Can we get RNG? Yes! One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Slash. Crit. Kabam. Pot. Drink. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Bleed. Crit. Habaya. And we're good. Noble down. Time to get the next weapon. Yeah, I'm worried. The thing that I am confident in, at the very least, is Miyazaki is pretty up forward about not taking shit from people. Like ever since his prized possession Bloodborne got like the treatment it did with Sony and why he's never went back to publish anything through Sony before or like afterwards. That was not a good toss. Ooh, and it led to a swing. That was almost bad. But yeah, Miyazaki, I don't think he's going to take shit from people. And if they start pushing him, dead ass, I mean, if I was in Miyazaki's position, be like, people know my name. Yes, people know From Software, but people also know my name. If I say, no, I'm not doing that, bye-bye, I'm leaving, and then just walks out into the open space and says, hey, what gaming company is going to treat me right? Dude. like trading NFL football players, people would crash out over each other to grab Miyazaki and his team. I don't think he will take shit. To be fair, Konami did respond saying that no, we're like not gonna do all of that, and they pretty much responded saying no, we're not getting rid of the director that you want us to fire. So I imagine that the issues probably will stop with Konami. I don't know. We'll have to see how things change and progress. But even if Konami somehow switches their tune, even though they seem like a relatively good company, I don't think Miyazaki would switch his tune. And he definitely has enough weight to push back on stuff. Do you also hear that supposedly there are rumors about FromSoft is going to show off the new Souls game in June? I mean, I kind of just said that myself. I haven't heard rumors that they're going to, but with my own line of thinking, again, From Software has never, except for once, never released a game without mentioning what the next game they're working on is. The only time they ever did that was the release of the Ringed City DLC for Dark Souls 3 and their announcement to working on Sekiro, like Sekiro being in production. And there was I believe it was like a 3.5 month period of like no news from software. That is the only time they have ever done it. When they released Sekiro, they talked about being in production on Elden Ring, and then we got the teaser of Elden Ring. And then we literally heard nothing for 3 years, but we knew that they were working on a game called Elden Ring. Then we heard about Duskbloods and Night Rain. We heard about Duskbloods before Shadow of the Erdtree came out. We heard that they were working on Shadow of the Erdtree after Elden Ring came out, that they had planned DLCs coming. So it's like they have always let us know that something else will be coming. Either right before the release of their current IP or shortly after. And yeah, with the release of Duskbloods happening this summer, and then also Games Expo in June happening, I am pretty sure they are going to announce something in June. I need to go. Why did I come back here? I need to go here. So, if there's a rumor going around that I would like to know where that rumor came from, because like I'm pretty sure that's going to happen, but that's entirely theory. There's no credibility behind pattern recognition, is why I think that. I have pattern recognition, and that's like... Did I teleport before... Oh my gosh. Did I actually teleport before grabbing the item? I thought I heard The item pickup sound. Beep, you're distracting me. Now, by all means. Yeah, I did teleport too soon. There we go. Definitely heard the item pickup sound at that point. Swap you over.
Well, then I presume.
Okay, now let's strengthen this boy. I did. Okay, I will say this. I did hear a rumor about someone on. Again, take this with like the biggest grain of salt. Hell, this could literally just be an entirely fabricated lie because its origin was on 4chan. But apparently, someone mentioned on 4chan they work at the company and the next From Software project is a sea game, a ship like sail the seas game in the same like setting era, like medieval as like Elden Ring and stuff, but it is a game on the high seas. Again, how much credibility is that? I would say pretty much next to none. There is no credibility. It is literally just a fabricated rumor. No proof, no nothing. But who knows? Maybe we could be getting a C game. And I can say, if we are getting a C game, that would actually kind of make a little bit of sense. It just in like them trying something similar to Sekiro, Miyazaki wanting to do a brand new IP, experimenting with new mechanics, so that when he comes back to make Elden Ring 2, he can take Elden Ring and all of the cool new mechanics from Night Rain, from Duskbloods, from this new Sea game. Because what From Software does is they take everything that people love. Even if Duskbloods isn't a big hit, there will still be aspects of it that they will learn and they will learn on, improve, and aspects that people do like about it that they will use in their next thing. So, I don't know. I think a C game would be pretty cool and a pretty, like, interesting spin for trying out some new mechanics. Okay, let's try this. That was late. Oh no, please don't do a quick attack. Oh, he just missed! I knew I messed that up, but he actually just missed. You gave me the worst RNG I could have possibly imagined. Oh my gosh. How I didn't get hit. Skill. And you did your fastest attack, which means if I messed up the walk up there, I could have just been fucked. I gotta be careful. He's getting really close. I don't want to touch the lava. That should be good, though. And down goes right guard. Woo! Dude, he got... That was probably the scariest Rykard fight that actually worked. God. I've heard rumors that it's going to be pirate themed, which is quite... Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, you heard the same thing. I will say, those rumors started as a 4chan post. So take them with the biggest grain of salt. But again, it would be really cool if that actually was, like, their next game. Hi, Guppy. Guppy meowing. He might want some food. He'll come let me know if he wants some food or if he's just meowing because he sees something out the window. Yeah, little guppy. Ever since I moved, I feel he's loved the new place. I mean, he already has, like, way more room to run around in and stuff. And because he's deathly terrified of the outside, like, I will leave the door open to my front door, and if I'm standing in the doorway, he will come up and kind of take, like, a peek outside. But if I just leave the door, he'll, like, stay multiple feet behind it. So for him to have just a bigger place indoors to run around in and be familiar with, he's loving it. He's loving it. But okay. Let's, oh jeez. There we go. Let's let's theory craft. Oh, you know what? I'll wait till ads. That way I can get chat's opinion as well. Alright, let's pop Rykard's soul. Let's level up that strength. 46. Let's turn this over to the charged attacks. I think we're good. I think that's it. Alright, ads should be done. Yeah, ads should be done. Let's kill Margit. Does Guppy ever stare at shadows and shit? Shadows in his room. So surprisingly, no. I hear about cats doing that all the time and being like, oh yeah, you might have demons because cats are just looking at the shadows. Oh, that is not. I almost messed that up. Headshot! Headshot! Easy peasy. No, like, yeah, he surprisingly never does anything weird like that. He likes sitting in the windowsill and staring outside. As deathly scared as he is the definition of a scaredy cat. As long as there's a barrier, a protective barrier, like a window, he'll stare at the end, like, outside. He's curious about it. But the moment you, like, open the door or open the window or anything, the moment outside can actually come inside, he will run the opposite way. Okay. I'm just gonna do the running method. Even though they shoot at you for the running method, I know if you just keep run jumping, you'll be fine. Yep, like that. Oh my gosh. I might have to reset. Also, Gonna grab the Trina Lily that's over here. Just as an extra precaution. Hello, good sir. Perish. Same with you. Headshot. Okay, yeah, no, but now let's theory craft. Again, big grain of salt. Almost got me there. Big grain of salt that it could be a pirate game because, again, with zero credential post on 4chan is what started that rumor. But let's just say it's correct. Let's just say that they are working on a sea game. A game where you sail a ship, go into different places. A black flag of their own. An Elden Ring black flag. Let's just say that they are doing that. Do you know what that would mean for future games? Water has been nothing but just death. Like, you have never been able to even swim. Nothing. If they make an entire game dedicated to learning, experimenting, and putting water mechanics as part of the engine, because their engine just doesn't have water mechanics really in it. They don't have any foundation code for water, like water swimming mechanics in their engine. If they make a game to learn how to do this and then implement that into the engine for, like, let's say 4 or 5 years from now when Elden Ring 2 comes out, and suddenly imagine like the lands between, but you could sail your ship around places. Like, dude, if it is a sea game, I am excited because that means they're going to be jumping into a territory that is new. They're going to be discovering new things, and they're going to get nothing but positive feedback from that to know what to put in their next games. That, I would be so excited if it genuinely is a sea game. A game of ships on seas. We'll have to see come June. Well, except for Sekiro is the only... Yeah. Okay, can you... No, not that. Give me a better move. Yeah, that's a good move. Yeah, buddy boy. Boop. Had no idea. I almost one-cycled him there.
One day, we'll return together,
I could probably figure out a one-cycle for him.
bathed in
I
rays
don't know.
of gold.
Yeah, that is true. Sekiro did have water and swimming mechanics. You are correct. But if you add, like, ship faring mechanics on top of, like, the Sekiro water mechanics... I mean, don't get me wrong, I have no idea how you would design a world like that, where it's like, imagine if you could swim underneath the surface of the water, as well as sail on top of it, make the world big enough to sail, but then also make an entire underwater world that you could swim down to. Like, I don't even know how you would do that. It'd be a huge game. Do you know what I would think would be cool? And many people would probably argue against this and be like, no, let it... Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Let it be a new IP. I would love if it was set in the Elden Ring universe. It didn't have to do anything with America or the Erd Tree or the lands between. It could literally just be a different continent, different something, but it just set in the Elden Ring universe. Again, kind of like how I believe Sekiro to be. I believe Sekiro is in the Elden Ring universe. I believe Sekiro is the land of reeds. I did not mean to come back here. I meant to go here. I believe the land of reeds that's talked about in Elden Ring is Sekiro. For various reasons, biggest being, Ashina, which Ashi literally is the word for reed in Japanese. And if you look at the Japanese text in Elden Ring and in Sekiro, it is literally the same kanji, the same spelling. Like, but it being vague enough that if Miyazaki didn't want to combine them, they don't have to be combined. I think that would be cool. To have an IP that is taking place somewhere else in the world, completely different storyline, different characters, different plots, all of that stuff, but then just like subtle things here and there that just mention that, yeah, they are part of the same worlds. I think that would be really cool. A Cthulhu Leviathan boss. Dude, what if it was set in the Elden Ring? Picture this. Pirate game. Set in the Elden Ring universe. On a different continent, different ocean, sea, wherever. And we get introduced to more outer gods. And one of them is like a water outer god, like a god of the sea outer god who controls leviathans and stuff like that. And so you have this big battle on your ship where you're fighting this leviathan Cthulhu bursting out of the water because it's part of a new outer god that we've never heard of before because they just don't have influence in the lands between. We do, and this is the other thing. Even if throw away the outer god stuff, Elden Ring literally says that it talks about its history in getting to the lands between, and it talks about the reason why the lands between is a place people rarely ever go is because it is so difficult to get to. It is completely surrounded by Leviathan and Beast. You can see it in, well, I guess I don't have the map, but okay, let's see if I remember this skip. Oh, it's here. At least it should be. There it is. It's here to like here to... Is it to here? No, it's not there. I can never remember. I never remember this. Here to here to... No, not that. Here to here. Is it all the way over here? No. I don't think. No, it's not there. It's like somewhere right here. There's like a small spot where you can get just enough height. Or wait, is that it? Where, okay. Why can I not? There we go. To here. Okay, it's not that. I might just have to give up on this. because I do not remember. Yeah, I do not remember where you're supposed to jump. There's a spot. I don't know. I'll go watch a video later and remember. Ugh. I mean, I could do Lancia skip, but there's no reason for that either. Probably work like the dragon fight in Sekiro. Oh, so like more, you think if they did a pirate game and they had a Leviathan boss in it, they would make it more of a gimmick fight? I don't know. Like if you have a pirate game, your core mechanics have to be around seafaring combat. To add bosses in, like a couple tentacle Elden beasts swimming around, but you're on a ship firing cannons at them. And then maybe, like, if it's Black Flag style, where if you're at the helm, you control the entire ship, but if you're not at the helm, it acts as, like, a separate platform. Imagine it spawning on ads, and so you have to pop off the wheel, and then it's actual, like, Elden Ring styled combat with them, and then you get back on the wheel and you start shooting your cannons at the Leviathan again. Like, I could see a ship game going so hard. I would be so down. Oh, but again, don't set any expectations. It was a very uncredible rumor. Take it with a huge grain of salt. It would be awesome if that was the case, but completely understandable if it's something completely different. Alright. Charge. To charge. And then charge. To charge. Easy! I could see it being that way, but I mean the whole mini dragon to unlock the main dragon fight. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. No, I get you. It would be cool, man. I think just a seafaring game in general would be so unique. I think everybody would be hyped about it. I don't think anybody would be disappointed. Because From Software, of course, has the reputation of making really cool, really good games that everybody loves. And it's just like, hey, we're trying our hand at a seafaring game. They'd be like, oh, this could be cool. I mean, Miyazaki said himself in one of the previous interviews that he kind of he was looking at games like Escape from Tarkov, like the Extraction games and stuff, and that's kind of where the Duskbloods idea came from. But that's kind of where the Duskbloods idea came from, and it also is allowing them to experiment with their PvP way more. Which, I'll be fair, honestly, Elden Ring PvP, I used to be like, ew, but that's just because I was like, ew about all of From Software PvP. Elden Ring PvP isn't actually that bad. It can kind of be a little cool if it's just very different. It's different, but it's not horrible. If they find a way to make PvP great with Duskbloods, then again, that's another thing that they were bad at that they now would be good at. And like I said, if the next IP is also a seafarer, they're just like, hey, let's take all of the stuff that we're really bad at making, and let's just focus on making a good version of it. Sounds great to me. Like, a lot of people were like, about Duskbloods. I'm okay with it. I'm probably not gonna buy it or play it. definitely not gonna buy it and play it because it requires a Switch 2, and I'm not getting a Switch 2. Dude, they're even upping their prices again and stuff. They're pulling more Sony crap as Nintendo. Like they have not convinced me that they are getting better as a company for me to actually buy the new Switch. So I'm probably not gonna play Dusk Bloods. I'll watch other people play it. I'll be fine. But I'm still okay with it because it's like they'll learn how to do more mechanics. Okay, I know I'm gonna talk to Millennia by resting here, but Guppy's now pamping me, meaning he wants food. So
For bringing me here,
I need to rest so I
I
can.
shall depart. Farewell. I shall leave.
Okay, bye, Melania or Melina. I will literally see you in like 10 minutes because I'm gonna kill Morgant, and you're just gonna appear and say, "Okay, never mind, I'm coming back. Let's go." Okay, let me grab Guppy some food and then we'll get right back to it. Come here, Guppy. There we go. Guppy has his food, munching with satisfaction. Oh, right, we have a flask. I think I usually do that, what, when I'm at Fire Giant or something? Alright. Let's go do gold free. I have a feeling it could be Bloodborne-esque, where you're picking a Blunderblessed or Flintlock. I mean, the trailer literally showed a dude shooting like a minigun. Dude had like a chain gun firing off 30 rounds in 10 seconds. So it definitely is having Bloodborne. Oh, I forgot to reset my stealth. It definitely is having like a Bloodborne aesthetic, like kind of Victorian, but also guns with swords and stuff like that. Okay, please tell me that they aren't gonna follow me all the way here. Okay, it doesn't look like it. Alright, Goldfree. I gotta focus on you, because it would be embarrassing to get hit by you. There we go. GG. Okay. It would suck to get here by the assassin. So... Come on, come on, come on. Okay. Yes. Hey, it would suck if suddenly the assassin actually saw us. Oh, you meant for the pirate souls, like. Oh! Yeah, not Bloodborne. That makes more sense. Yeah, no, actually, like, again, I would agree. That actually sounds pretty cool, like, if it's Flintlock styled. Could you imagine they bring back, like, they put a Bloodborne touch to it, so the parry is with a pirate Flintlock? That would be so cool. Oh, what am I doing? I need to level up, or I'm not gonna have the damage to kill Morgoth. and I need to pop. I'm just forgetting everything. I need to pop these. Oh, there is another one? When did I not pop this one? Okay. Level 56. Okay. Now I should be fine. It would have been horrible if we didn't level up and just our Morgoth script just fell apart because we didn't have the damage thresholds. Hello, Morgoth. To the head. To the head. Oh, shit. I should mog out. I accidentally tapped R2. Oh no. Cause now it's I'm gonna appear back, which means we'll be walking towards each other, which means he's gonna throw stuff at me, which means I'm gonna have to dodge. Because I gotta be next to him, hitting him the moment I use the shackle. Man, dude, that extra tap on R2. It's a charged R2 to him stagger. You take the crit. You take the goddamn crit. You don't try to smack him again. I don't know what I was doing there. Alright. Come on, Morgoth. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you for sitting here quietly and letting me... Thank you for fixing my mess up. Oh, thank you for treating me with kindness and not attacking and allowing me to just walk up to you. That is 14 grand that I'm out. I don't think that messes with my levels. I'm pretty sure I think I should be fine. But we will see. Let's go to Fire Giant!
Allow me, you are unprevented. The thorns are husk, the only way and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame then and guide.
East Rampart. But yeah, no, if again, going off of the rumor and the theory that it's a pirate game, dude, imagine sailing around like Black Flag style, but then it having like in-person combat of like things getting up and on your boat and whatnot, and so you have to drop a little bit. And then you're just, like, Bloodborne style, firing your flintlock and stabbing everything that you can. Dude, that sounds like a fucking dream game. Oh, my gosh. But let's also be fair. Let's say it is a pirate game. Let's say they do announce it at the next Games Fest. Let's say they do announce it at the next Games Fest. It is a pirate game. that still probably means it's like 2 to 3 years away. If they're just putting the finishing touches on Bloodborne now and they announced we're making a pirate game, that is pretty much identical to the scenario of Sekiro. They announced Sekiro, or they released Sekiro, and then they said, here's Elden Ring. And then we literally heard jack shit from them for 3 years. Absolute silence for 3 years. So it's like, yeah, even if everything is true, it is a pirate game. They're announcing it this summer, and it's they're announcing that they're gonna be working on it, and play Elden Ring, Tarnished Edition, and Duskbloods in the meantime. Type of dealio. Still means it's gonna be like 3 years away. Ah, shit. He saw me, didn't he? Oh no, he didn't. Oh, that's good. I thought the horseman saw me because I was a little late on my cycle there. Because I was popping runes. I can only hope it's less than 5. Well, Elden Ring, from its announcement, again, Sekiro released, then they came out with the teaser for Elden Ring. It was only 3 years. Now, don't get me wrong, everybody was losing their heads with it. I still remember people being like, oh, here's the tiniest little poop nugget of information about From Software's next game, Elden Ring, and it was like, it was nothing. There was nothing for 3 years. But the longest was 3 years. I think Elden Ring was the longest development times between releases of their products. They've never gone. And with how they've been doing stuff now, they have kind of swapped over. It's not okay, good, it's morning. They have kind of swapped over to From Software having one release every year. Because now they're big enough, they have multiple teams of people. They have like Miyazaki's A team, then they got the Night Rain dudes B team and whatnot and stuff. So they've been doing yearly releases. So we had Elden Ring. Then we did have a bit of a break, but then we had I guess we had a little bit of Sekiro DLC right after Elden Ring, where they added in like the boss rush modes. It was a free DLC. But then they came out with Erdtree. It was a 2-year gap between Elden Ring and the DLC of Erdtree. But then right after Erdtree, they released Night Rain. And then right after Night Rain, they plan on releasing Duskbloods. Or no, that's what it was. It was Armored Core. They released Elden Ring. Then they released the next year, Armored Core. And then the year after that, Shadow of the Erdtree. Then the year after that, Night Rain. Then, supposedly, the year after Night Rain, which is this year, is Duskbloods. And a Tarnished Remake Edition. So, like, they've kind of swapped to a yearly release pattern. Because they just are big enough, they can have multiple teams working on multiple games. And those games, they don't have to sacrifice quality. Unlike every other big gaming studio who's just like, pump out as much as you can, as fast as you can. They're just like, no, we've just grown enough, we can actually do more. We can grow in quantity while keeping our same quality. So, who knows? They could announce a, They could announce a, what am I saying? A pirate game, and it's be setted for 2 years from now. But then next year they come out with like I don't know, some Duskbloods DLC or something. That would feel weird. I don't think they'd make any Duskbloods DLC, if I'm being honest. But I don't know. They could have something. They genuinely could have something planned for next year. They who knows, maybe next year this Games Fest they announce a pirate game. And that's what Miyazaki and his like dream team goes on to make right as they top off and finish off Duskbloods. That's what they move to. Then all of a sudden you have like a giant DLC expansion of Night Rain, because Night Rain said they were going to have, I mean, they did come out with one DLC already. Who knows? They could come out with another one with like a bunch new bosses and stuff. Like they could next year they could be a giant DLC expansion for Night Rain again. I don't know. At this point, so many things are possible, and so many things still fit into their pattern. Or they could just say, nah, we're just going to peace out. You're not going to hear any of us for 3 years, and then we're going to come back with a fucking banger of a game. Okay, I gotta be careful. Have to be careful of those freaking archers. They can shoot you in the back if you're not careful. Yeah, they could just say, nah, we're not doing yearly releases like we were in the past. Bye-bye. And just vanish for 3 years and then come out with an absolute banger again. Like they did with Elden Ring. They could do that. Who knows? But we'll have to wait and see. Regardless of what it might be, I'm excited. I have nothing but excitement for any time From Software has plans for stuff. I'm a realist, so I will take rumors with huge grains of salt, but that doesn't mean I don't like the theory craft. Theory crafting is fun. What would they make for next year if they kept the show? I would, if they kept a yearly schedule like they have been since the release of Elden Ring. If they kept to a yearly schedule, I genuinely think that it might just be like a Night Rain DLC. Because I don't think we're going to get a second Elden Ring DLC. I think when Miyazaki feels it's time to come back and work on the Elden Ring IP again, I think he's just going to work on a second game, not a third or a second DLC. So I highly doubt that there would be DLC for Duskbloods. I'm pretty sure he's like, I have the partnership with Nintendo. I got the big fat check from them. Yes, I'll make a PvP extraction game for them. I'm probably not going to go back and continue working on it. So I doubt it will be DLC. It probably will just be Night Rain DLC. Not Duskblood DLC. Like Super Mega Deluxe pre-order or whatever. Okay, we're up to 63. I think last time we did this... Let me get Radagon. I think last time we did this, I was like when I was doing some tests with Fire Giant, it was at 64. So I think, oh, that was 64 without Radagon's seal. So I'm technically at 68 right now. I don't know. Let's I made the mistake of putting on the seal after resting at the grace. So now I gotta heal. Okay. Focus up. Let's not mess up the script. Or if something goes wrong, we get ready to mog out. Good attack. Great opener. Second phase. Three hits. I misrolled that? Are you kidding me? I misrolled that? Dude. Dude. Of all places. I mean, if I got to, like, Horaloo, or maybe took a tick because I messed up something on Malekith, that all would make sense. But timing a roll as easy as his like elbow breaker, like that is such an easy move to dodge, and I didn't roll fast enough. I pushed B wrong. Oh, and I missed. And I missed the stun there. Yeah. Yeah. Time to restart. I mean, I'll be fair. We're at 5 hours and almost 6 hours into stream. I think we're just ending it there. I got far enough that this was turning into my last run. I was either getting it or we'll pick it up next time. So, we're going to pick it up next time. Oh. It was a good stream though. Like this is technically this is the new farthest PB. 10 months ago when I did this and I got a PB1, the one was on gold free. Like I got hit on gold free, but then made it through Fire Giant, Malekith, Elden Beast all the way to the end without getting hit. And trust me, I already beat myself up about gold free. Of all people, gold free, one of the easiest bosses, is the one I got hit on. That annoys me. That is my PB1. But at least now that PB1 is pushed a little further back to I've got up to Fire Giant before I died. Before I got hit. So. Anyway. That's gonna be it for today. I'm gonna call it there. We're almost at 6 hours. Last time I raided somebody else who was doing an Elden Ring Hitless run. I'm just someone I didn't know. It just said in their title they were doing Elden Ring Hitless. Let me see if there's anybody else. Just gotta browse through. Is anyone else in the Elden Ring category have in their title that they're doing Hitless? I see people practicing bingo brawlers, which is probably what I'm gonna go watch as I wind down for the night. As bingo brawlers, Elden Ring bingo brawlers has been very entertaining. But I don't know. I don't I always get like a weird feeling when it's like, hey, go raid someone who has like 50K followers and like hundreds of viewers, and it's just like that. It feels like I'm reaching too far up, if that makes sense. I don't know. It feels a little weird raiding people that massive. It's like let me get a little bit bigger and then I'll feel more comfortable doing that. But is there anyone smaller that's doing just doing some Hitless stuff? Anybody? Anybody? Hold on. Maybe we have someone? Maybe? Let me see if there's anyone else. I hope your day was good though, Beep. Glad you could pop in for a while. It was fun theory crafting about From Software and what they may or may not end up doing in the future. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing anyone else really doing Elden Ring hitless. I do see someone that's doing a Guardian Sword Spear no hit routing. Except they're doing Melania, so it doesn't look like they're doing like Elden Ring. They might just be boss practice. You know, why not? It's something that's no hit. Something that's no hit will I have picked a random dude that I found in the Elden Ring category that we are going to raid. So, I think that's him. Man, do I even have a raid message? Okay. The dude does have raids turned on. Do I even have a raid? Beep! Quickly, what's the raid message? maybe just a guppy raid with some hellos. Okay, we can do that. I was actually just thinking, I'm just like, maybe just like a waving guppy and just say yeah. Guppy raid. Alright. Yeah, we'll do the guppy raid. Like so. Alright. Well, I will be back probably on Saturday. And we'll just continue from where we left off. I felt this has been good practice. I feel myself getting more warmed up. After 10 months of not doing Elden Ring hitless, I can feel myself getting warmed up and better again. But until Saturday, wish you guys the best. Peace.